Okay, we are live now. Hello, good morning all, or good night for the people who are living on the other side of the planet. This is a not a 24-hour live stream, but might take some hours here because there's a huge list here who wanna call in, who wanna talk about the topic. And the topic, you know, it's something like many people know already, the famous stripes in the sky. People call it chemtrails, the trolls call it's contrails, you know. And let's see what we find out today, because it's a very serious issue and we have to know the truth, because the governments don't tell us anything yet. And there are some people who think it's for geoengineering, other people think it's for mind control, and I personally don't believe it's just for geoengineering, because if it would be for saving the planet, you know, the famous global warming swindle here and whatever, then the governments would of course admit it. Because I mean, if I want to save something and doing something good to the people, I would tell, okay, don't worry guys, this is for this and that, and people are happy, you know. But we don't get an answer. So for me it's still something to worry about. So let's see who is there. I have a lot of people already here on my live stream or live chat room from Skype, what we are using now. I'm kind of tired because I was preparing many things to make that happen. You also will watch that show on YouTube as soon as I'm finishing with that day. I will upload it to my YouTube channel and you can share it and watch it again. Okay, let's go to the chat room so you can see who is actually connected. Here we are, here on Skype. Good morning my friends who are already there, nice to see you. And okay, I don't know who wanna start to talk, who knows about that issue, who wanna start talking first. Give me an inbox here and I can bring you in. Okay, I'm ready. Or just start to talk, and I open the window so also the people can see who is there. Hello, hello. Okay.
Hi there. Can you hear me, Hans?
Yes. Okay, let's start with you. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Hi, everybody. So this is a first-time experience for me.
Yes.
I think is it important? Could I say the time and the date that we are? We're into the month of February 2014, and February 8th. So I'm very excited to just come into experience with more people that are looking up into the skies and wondering. I just have a lot of questions, so yeah. I came to this forum just to maybe gain some other opinions, and I don't know, just get the ball rolling in my own mind, because I've been watching for a long time, but it's interesting to actually meet other people that are keenly concerned and serious about, you know, what's going on.
Exactly. Okay, what I can tell you of my own experience, I mean, I will tell you how I even get in touch with all that thing here, that topic, you know. I mean, I'm a guy like everyone on this planet, you know, Facebook user, someone who wants to know more than we get information from the TV, etc. So I mean, once you're connected with some mainstream media, you get some pictures, some videos, you know, you see some links. And I saw the first chemtrail pictures, I don't even remember, like 5-6 years ago, and I thought those guys are totally nuts, you know. They don't have anything else to do just to take pictures of the sky. I mean, this is a fucking plane, like they're flying all over the world, you know. I mean, that was something what I thought first. But then I start to remember when I was young, and I mean a kid, what, I don't know, 10 years or something, and I had a telescope watching the sky too. And of course, I mean, at night you are watching the moon, or I think I lost my Skype call here. I hope she can connect again. Okay, I will continue talking anyway. Okay, so I remember perfectly well when I was looking for objects in the sky, and of course those are planes, because UFOs they don't show up when you want to look for some UFOs, you know. So I remember when I saw those planes with trails, and of course the trails are not always there, but planes had it also in the past, let's say like decades ago. And if you're researching on Google, you can find a lot of let's say proofs that they were well, I will call it now always chemtrails, because there's something inside. Okay, let's say chemtrails. Okay, I mean they're since decades on the sky, but not that long like they are today, because I remember when I was following them, and they were like yeah, a little tiny tail there, and okay, but now when you watch the actual video proofs on YouTube, you just type in Google or YouTube chemtrails, and you will see them. They are so long. Okay, get the call back here. Okay. Okay, so continuing. Now those trails are so long, and they're totally different than in the past. So for me, those can't be normal contrails like many people call them, and there's something else behind it. So at that moment I start also to go into the groups, because on Facebook you can find also a lot of groups for everything, you know. If you're interested in movies, you find a movie group. If you're interested in chemtrails, you find chemtrail groups. Just type it in and you will find it. And okay, and that's why I'm here, because I'm a bit worried, because when those big trails appear, there also something else appears here. For example, flus, viruses and whatever. So they're spraying, I don't know what they're exactly spraying, but I have read the barium and this and that. I mean, there are movies, also the newcomers here who are joining this and never have heard of the word chemtrail. Look, for example, the movie, what they're spraying, or what on Earth they are, or why on Earth. I mean, there are like 3 movies out of that series. I don't know if the 3rd movie is already available on YouTube, but there is like a why, what, and I don't remember the other one, or who is yeah, why, what, and who on Earth they're spraying, you know. So watch those movies. It's documentary, very good information there, and then you know a little bit more, because there are many people, they upload the videos yeah, with cell phones, with video cameras and whatever. So this is really existing, and I also want to know what it is. So let's see if someone else knows it here. Let's go to the Skype video chat room here, and okay, let's see. Max Bliss is a very good friend who also uploads thousands of videos on his YouTube channel, but is still not connected. There is let me see, Sylvain. Are you there, Sylvain?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I wanna say first, thank you so much for make this happen, because you promoted this program of today, and yeah, and you know also a lot of people who are researching that topic, chemtrails, geoengineering, whatever. And thank you so much to have you in here. Nice to see you, even if I don't see you on camera, but I see you with a cat here. So welcome.
Oh, thank you very much, Hans. Nice to be able to help you any way I can. Just before talking about Gary's online right now,
yeah,
and so are many of our special guests. I want to thank all the people who are listening to us right now. At least 400 people, all of them chemtrail believers, are listening to us. No doubt some meta bunkers are listening to us as well too.
Of course.
But I was talking to the pilots. They're already on. You can hear me still?
Yes, yeah. The quality is Sometimes, you know, it's like shaking because maybe because we are so many people on that video chat here, but it's okay. I'm recording it, so I hope I don't have to edit that much. I want to do it as much complete as it can be, you know. So I save also some time for yeah, because editing is some hours here. Okay, but I can hear you. The people who are actually not talking, would be good idea if they mute themselves. There's I will show you here. There's a button you can make silenciar. That is in Spanish, but it should be the word mute. And you get that microphone.
I'll keep my words short because I'm just helping you in the background here. I recommend that the next two speakers be Gary and Billy, and after that followed by, I don't know if he's still here, our friends from the Canadian Awareness Network, Frankie. So Gary, I don't know if you're there.
Let's see.
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Hey, Gary.
Hi, how are you?
How are you, man? Okay.
Nice to be here.
Yeah, great to have you here too. Okay. You have the word, my friend.
Okay. Yeah, I think like everybody else, I had there was a wake-up time. Like for me, it was like 2 years ago, maybe 3.
Yep.
And I think it was longer now. I think about it, maybe 4. That first you wake up and you see very, very strange things that you're not, you know, that maybe someone told you about. In my case, it was my brother-in-law. And I'm going, what's this guy talking about? You know, chem clouds. Every time we drive by, he goes, that's a chem cloud. That's a trail. I'm going, this guy's nuts. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so it's really, I don't get frustrated when I see this commonly, because it's your natural first reaction that this is crazy. And so once you get beyond that, because I think if you get too much chasing the chemtrail, you lose sight of the big picture. And the chemtrail is just something to get yourself noticed. And like coming home from work last night, I live in a rural area by the lake, and you know, I said, what's the chances of this happening? It's a really big jet, came flying much lower than normal, and they were seeding the clouds in the area. You can see in the distance, but this thing came out of nowhere, no trail, no nothing, and just dumped. Holy cow, like a great big dump. And it was like a strange, you know, like a genie out of the bottle kind of thing. You know what I mean? That kind of swirly, smoky kind of thing. And it just like turned into I'm driving along, and it's like a show, you know, like right in front of my windshield. Is anybody watching this? And I look side to side, and I think I was the only one that was alarmed. I did take a few pictures after the fact, but oh man, I couldn't get my camera out fast enough. So once you get beyond the idea that, hey, this is going on, and then you do your research, which I've done, one of the best resources I found was William Cooper, the guy that was murdered shortly after he put out his book, Beware the Pale Horse. And he had his own radio station, and I think I mentioned him before. But he that's when I started realizing, yeah, do your own research. And then when you bring intelligent conversation somewhere, you can debate, you know, you debate facts, not... So I'm way beyond that. I know there's an agenda. The things out there are extremely harmful. The events across the world are extremely harmful. I think everything is connected in some way. But there's not much we can do about it from even this radio podcast.
I know.
There's not much we can do about these really major events happening. So in my thing I want to see is we got to protect ourselves. We got to protect ourselves from this harmful thing we're going through. whether it's an experiment, whether it's a direct attack on humanity, whatever it is they're not telling us about, we have to protect ourselves. So I've taken steps myself to protect.
Yeah. How do you protect yourself? I mean, I think last time when I had the last live stream about the chemtrails, we talked about it. But for the new people, maybe they want to know, how do I do it then? Okay, what do you do to protect yourself? Hello, hello. Okay, I don't know. I think I lost his voice. Okay, good. Okay, meanwhile he's back with his voice. Let me also say something here. Yeah, that guy is exact. I mean, the reaction he had, I mean, I had it too, you know, because I also started to research, and of course, I mean, this is not normal. They are flying in any altitudes and spraying. You can see them very down, you can see them very high. So that is for the deniers, because they will show up yeah, telling, nah, because it's colder there, so the crystals and the clouds and whatever. I mean, there's so many disinformation around here, but it's, I mean, if that would be normal, a trail at all, I mean, it would be full of hundred thousands of them, because, for example, I live in Mexico City.
Sorry about that, guys.
Okay, don't worry. I will finish just one sentence here. I mean, I live in Mexico City. This the biggest, one of the biggest cities in the world, and we have thousands of planes visiting us, which they travel to Mexico, and others which goes, and you don't see all those thousands of chemtrails, but there are certain ones, and there's even unmarked planes. So I mean, for me, it's clear it's not a normal thing when you see a trail at all in the sky. There's something else behind it. Okay, I give you the word again, because there was a sound problem. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like a clear connection now.
Yeah.
Am I back?
Yes, yes, you're full.
Okay.
Here. Okay.
So I've taken these necessary steps, and
Yeah.
actually I've done most recently. I've taken the most steps to make my health much safer.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people don't know, and this is something I'm going to help. I think this is the most important thing I'm going to help today with my part of this discussion. Is I started taking liquid zeolite, and Dr. Gabriel Cousins out of California.
Mm-hmm.
He has retreats, and he's a naturalist. He's a rabbi. He's a wonderful human being. He's a spiritual man. And you know, the guy's like 80 years old, and he doesn't look a day over 50. So he's doing something right with his health. And I started taking the liquid zeolite, and what the liquid zeolite does is it's a powerful substance which actually absorbs radiation.
Mm-hmm.
It'll pull it right out of your system. They've been using this commercially for years. This is how they have success at cleaning up anything. Fukushima, any kind of radiation contamination event would require zeolite in large quantities commercially. So this stuff's been used for a long time. Dr. Cousins uses it. He ingests it. So I buy the liquid zeolite and take it in drops, put it in my water. Mm-hmm. It's volcanic minerals, what it is. So, and after it, another thing what it does, it attaches itself to heavy metals and absorbs it. So it takes, I think, number one, mercury, and then lead, and then all the other heavy metals, aluminum, and down the line, and eventually, you know, cadmium, and eventually it takes all the free radicals out of your body, and essentially takes an acidic body and makes it alkaline. So don't just take my word for it. Take this word, zeolite. The man that promotes it very well is Dr. Cousins. He's done the most research with this stuff.
Yep.
and Dr. Gabriel Cousins. And my personal, what I've noticed so far is I'm got more energy all of a sudden. I feel more clarity. It's like I'm not. It's hard to explain. It's like it's like your pineal gland is finally being the veil is being removed. I can see for the first time. I feel like a blind man who can finally see the light. And I'm not promoting a product. I'm not selling this stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm just a consumer, and I can't believe that I found safety, and I give it to my 2-year-old son, my wife, my mom, my sister, people I really love. I try to get them on this right now, and because it's an empty world without your people you love, right? So I love the community at whole, and people listening to the show are probably really good people. So I'm extending this love to you guys to start the zeolite right away.
Excellent. Yeah. No, great words, my friend. I mean, I'm also glad to that you joined, and many other people also. I mean, I see in the chat box there's a big debate also here. And excellent. I mean, yeah, we need that also the people know about what it is, you know. I mean, it took myself years to believe that this is not normal, you know, those trails. I still you know you see something and you think it's normal because it's there.
I will never argue.
Okay.
I'm never going to try to push the point or argue.
Yeah.
Like again, I know what's going on, and in a relaxed way, I try to tell people. And if they really can't see it after all that explanation, they must be too stupid, and stupid people will perish. Exactly.
That happens here in Mexico, for example.
Will look up and acknowledge and listen and trust the people they love. Yeah. Well, they will live.
Exactly. You know, I ask the people when I see a chemtrail, I say, look at the sky. Do you see that? And they say, what? You know, they say,
it's hurting my eyes.
Yeah, they say, I don't see anything strange here. What are you talking about? You know? And then I say, no, that long thing there. I say, oh, it's a plane. And I say, okay.
Hey, look, it's turning into a cloud. What is that?
Yeah, exactly. They don't believe it. They think it's so normal because, I mean, people getting accustomed of this, you know. They also put all this shit in the movies, in the commercials. So, I mean, of course, you see that in the newspaper and you see it on the sky. Yeah, it is the same, so it's normal, you know.
It's the levels of disinformation. Exactly. You know what? They're teaching chemtrails as normal things in school books now. They're rewriting history. They're going into, if you go to the NASA website, I went to that and I saw what they had, the part for children, and it's just like they're drawing in chemtrails. And in the science of it now, if you go on Wikipedia and look up chemtrail, it's just, they're explaining this as persistent condensation that accumulate all over the sky and become that, and don't worry about it.
Exactly. By the way, I will mention that Wikipedia.
When I saw it on the way home, everything I know.
Yeah, I mean Wikipedia, for the people who don't know what is Wikipedia, it's like where you can get information out, but people can change the information. It's not official, you know. So if there's for example, a big company who wanna write up or change the things, they can do it. I mean, it's everybody on this planet can put their own words there, and so I mean, I don't trust the Wikipedia at all. I trust my eyes and I trust my instincts, and yeah, and we have to do the research by ourselves and not believe what we are seeing now in books, or like the kids at school when they are getting their new books. I mean, this is all, yeah, this is all, yeah, manipulated now, and so on, you know. So, okay, now, good to see you awake, man.
Turning off the corporate controlled media is number one, and people that are watching television and they're hooked up too much into their TV, they're still asleep, and you gotta wake them up.
Yeah.
Wake up your friends.
Exactly. Exactly. This is also what I tell the people when I post that, because I use my Facebook also for posting that, not just posting what I have done today, like pictures of parties and etc. I actually use Facebook for giving information, you know. And the funny thing is, the jokes are getting shared thousands of times, but when I put a chemtrail picture, maybe it got liked from some people, and those people are people who know actually that they're real, the chemtrails, and other people, they don't even like it, they don't share it. I mean, if we don't talk about it, nobody will know it, and we will be all like, I mean, this could be the last generation who actually knows about what's going on, and maybe in 20 years, when the mainstream media continue to fool the people, they will not even know what about the word chemtrail, because everything will be just disappearing, you know. Unless the planes, they will still spraying at us. Okay.
Well, the two things that come into my mind, why they're doing, like if I'm thinking of the big picture now, not the local thing, what I'm doing to save myself, but if I'm looking at the big picture, I'm looking at the top.
Yeah.
You follow the money right to the very top.
Exactly.
The money goes right past the United Nations, right to the people controlling it, which are the head turners of the world. Mm-hmm. And people and countries around the world are selling out their these corrupt leaders that are currently in power around the world. Mm-hmm. are selling out their sovereignty to this United Nations bullshit. Yeah, and sorry for the language. But it's part of this Agenda 21, and when this, so basically a banking cabal is taking over militaries of the world, and the biggest one being the United States. So pushing a thing like Agenda 21 is very easy to do to reduce the population of the world by 6 billion.
Yeah.
Not to 6 billion, by 6 billion.
Exactly.
They only want 500 million people living on this earth, and they printed it in stone. And so this is very frightening to me because I care about the people around me, and I don't know if the people around me are chosen to live through this, and I don't, and by the look in what's being sprayed above me, it doesn't look like we are. At least no one's told me about this yet.
Yeah, I don't know
and
if
this is a crime against humanity.
Yeah, I don't know if I have to die.
This is on. Mm-hmm. It's game on. You know what I mean? Yeah. And we're suffering the direct consequences of this. And
well, you know what's going to happen.
Even locally in Winnipeg, Manitoba, our water supplies are contaminated with cadmium, and they're making it sound, just making the water brown. Don't worry, don't be alarmed, and people just go along. Still putting things in the water that should be just for your teeth, fluoride, for instance. Crazy stuff. And so we have to protect ourselves. I'm just going to keep punching that in, you know, and that's the only thing we can do.
Do you know what's going to happen? They're going to try and claim that they're doing this for our best interest, right? They're doing.
Oh, that's what's showing so far. Mm-hmm.
They're going to say they're doing this because, they're trying to fix something or whatever. But if you look at the weather, this year alone weather record there is around the world. Now, it's quite obvious they're not doing this to fix the weather, right? So what?
Producing more moisture. They're stealing moisture and taking it to places where they want. And the game that's really going on here is, hey, you're gonna drought, you're gonna flood, and both of those conditions stop food from being grown. You know, and the places that can grow food are going to have disrupted growth seasons, and then whatever's left that can grow is going to be screwed up because of contaminated soil, and with acidified oceans. Like we're pretty effed. You know what I mean?
And then they're going to buy up. And then they're going to buy up all the land for a nickel on the dollar, just like they did in the 20s.
Well, what they're going to
whatever.
do is eventually they're going to have to evacuate the coast, and they don't have to give a dime for anybody. This is all going to happen. You know, this is like, it's play by play, and it's like, wow, this is really happening. You know, and it's like, wake up, sound the alarm. That's the only way you can stop it. People, you know, it takes what, 3% of a population to wake up to stop this, maybe 7. That's all it takes. And right now we're massively asleep, and it's like that frog in the boiling water, and we don't know the water's being turned up.
Well, we do.
Right now it's getting pretty hot. It's getting hot in here.
Yeah,
and the thing is,
we're starting to jump.
The what's going to really punch it in is when after this year, the starving is going to kick in, because again, all this weather control is not creating more. I'm understanding the science behind it now. What it does is it's taking it elsewhere, and it's making places get flooded, and it's making other places get droughted, and they're doing this harder and harder and harder. And like I said, the places that can grow don't have good growth seasons now. So you keep your eye on the food now, and I'm frightened, because the pain and suffering that's globally is going to be just horrible.
In water, there's a lot of power in water. You know,
Mm-hmm.
whoever's got all the water. So I think that's what I've always thought too, is water hoarding or something like that.
Water hoarding. You know, remember they used to talk about, it was many years ago, they used to talk about they had a Grand Canal plan that they were going to drain Lake Superior, take it across the mid states, and then drop it where they needed the water the most. And everybody was just, this is madness. It would disrupt the natural conditions of of the rotation of the Earth and everything. And eventually that concept just went away, because they found another way to transport water. Just like you said, it's the hoarding of the water, I believe. It's really unfortunate that these people got control of us.
Tapping into the rivers in the sky. Like, there's rivers in the sky. People don't understand. There's rivers up there.
And it's just the fact that everything is systematically being contaminated, and communities being busted up. And when you think of it, okay, we're talking, it hasn't happened to me directly yet. It hasn't happened to people maybe I'm talking to, but there is people out there that it wiped their life apart, and now they're sitting in they don't have internet anymore. They don't have communication with anybody anymore. They don't have, systematically they're just wiping out people, and they're losing connection, and they're going to be reliant on just food. And the more they do that, the more it's starting to sound like reoccurrences of things in the past. It's about controlling humanity. It has nothing to do with anything else. They got the money. These rich people have the money. It's about controlling humanity now.
But they're going to turn it and make it sound like they're trying to help us. Now that's where we got to really be on the ball, I think, is when they start to try and tell us, when they start to admit it and say they're doing it for our best. Go
to the website. I was checking out MIT, and they're talking about it. They're talking about, they've been aerosoling for 25 years, hard, responding to global warming. They're talking about it. What they're talking about doing further is this really high up spraying, where they're going to englobe the world in sulfuric acid. They still want to do that. You'll never see a blue sky again. But with just a pittance of what they want to do, they want to put megatons more. They want to really go hard, and they want to take it up higher and leave it there forever. And then we're really in bad shape then. Without
Gary, are you familiar with Project Bluebeam?
Where they're going to create the gods in the sky everywhere?
Yeah, or alien invasion or something.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's just it too. This whole alien thing is they haven't taken it out yet. It's because we made a deal with the wrong ones. listen to some old presidents talk about that time. Was it Eisenhower? They openly talk about communications with aliens. They basically took over at that time, and they said they made a really bad deal. And you know, everything after Tesla changed. The lie is we didn't have a thirst or some addiction to oil and coal. No, it was imposed on us, because if you search Tesla in the 20s, I think it was the 20s, had free energy already invented. He showed J.P. Morgan how he could run his circus for entirely free on free energy, and he did. And he was so impressed, he bought that technology and suppressed it. And ever since then, we've been using coal and oil. So shame on you, Mr. Morgan. And it's just really funny that it's the same cabal that's connected to the J.P. Morgan system that's doing this today. So because they're puppeting the UN and people like themselves. So we can't do much about that. So in my opinion, let's save ourselves. Let's find a way to live in this world.
Well, we can, but I'm not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, and that's not my way. I'm more for, you know, play out the way it's going to play out, and I'm just going to keep my zeolite and love my friends, and try to have some quality of life and not spread fear. Make people calm. You know, hey, it's okay. We can't control that. Just relax. Don't worry about it. Enjoy the show, but take care of yourself. You're going to be fine. You know, and this is how you can grow your own food, and this is how you can, you know, learn to live without certain things. And then everyone's calm. And then panic is what makes these people powerful. Fear and panic, and you know, it's not going to help doing it that way. It's about waking up, supporting the people that might be in places of influence that can't do it alone without getting murdered. The Bill Coopers of the world. There's a lot of people who laid out their life already and sacrificed themselves. There's enough information out there, and there's enough disinformation out there. So if you do your research wisely, you'll be on the right side.
Okay, let me welcome. There's another friend here. David Black, and Billy Hayes, of course. Billy Hayes, thank you so much also that you're here. Great to see you again, because you're an expert in that topic and many other topics.
I'm sorry. I have to leave, and
Okay.
I just wanted to. I have a martial arts. I teach Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu,
Okay.
and I have to open my gym, and I have to take off. And I really want to thank you guys for listening to me and having me on your show, and
Very well.
spread the love.
Well, great words of wisdom you have there, and yeah, welcome aboard, Gary.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Billy.
Great.
And again, wonderful to speak with you guys. Wonderful meeting you again.
You're always
And,
welcome.
have a wonderful day.
Same to you.
Okay, bye.
Peace. Until next time. See you later.
Peace and out.
Yeah.
Go now, go kick some ass.
Okay. Good. Let me see who is there. Yeah, Billy. Billy, can you hear us? Let me see.
I think so.
Okay, yeah, I hear
I
you.
keep on getting knocked off.
Yeah, I got worried about you, man, because you wrote me that you got hacked last time we were live streaming. You got a blue screen, or I don't know what else. What's up with that? Are you okay? Everything right?
No, I had a seizure. I'm having seizures right now. My dog's pulled up against me.
Fuck.
Not a good day. Yes, I lost 2 computers in our discussion from the last program. Got the almighty dead of the earth blue screen on 2 computers. I'm totally locked out of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can't get in at all.
Yeah, it is an attack.
So,
I mean, there's no other explanation. I mean, you say 2 computers.
Well,
I mean, when it happens with one, might be technical issue, but with 2, it's not a coincidence anymore.
if you remember right, we had to come on, we went out. I had to come back on another computer.
Yep.
It went out, and I had to come back up on a 3rd computer, which made it through the whole program. But we have a problem here with too many people online who will not mute during a conversation. So if you're not engaged into the conversation, just mute your mic and stand by. If you have a question, feed it in, probably in the text would be the best, so someone can bring it in. Someone has to be in control of this whole situation, because if I lose track of what I'm talking about, it don't come back while I'm having a seizure. It's just that way. My memory is just blank, okay?
Yeah, good that you mentioned that, and I will mention it again also. I mean, this chat room, and also for giving respect to all the people who are talking, please, okay, now I don't hear that shh anymore. That was a good thing. So, because there's a button here, you can see that when you, I will make an example that you can see it. It appears here. Okay. People who are not talking, actually, please put that button because we can give a better quality to the live stream, and also for respect of the others, because it's really, I mean, I have here even my headphones on, which also helps a lot because of the echo effect, and if I hear also thousands of voices over here, I cannot concentrate on what I'm doing, and it's not that easy. I mean, I'm like in a control room or in a cockpit, you know, with thousands of buttons, and putting the cameras to the people who are talking like this, and whatever. I mean, I also need to concentrate, so thanks for helping here with the mute button, please. Okay, good. Billy, yeah, I don't know what else you want to say.
I'd like to bring up something while you're there, House.
Okay.
Part of the problem here is people are seeing things that aren't there. They're taking chemtrails so far out of context that every time they look into the sky, they see something. Oh, that's a chemtrail. Oh, that's just a chemtrail. Oh, that's a chemtrail. Sundogs aren't chemtrails. They are caused by some chemtrails, but sundogs and all these other weather things are not part of it. If you'll put in that link I put in there on Cloud History 1905, there are books out that show pictures of things that these people are getting so spooky about, and it's needless. Let us start understanding the basics of chemtrails first. Quit trying to take chemtrails out of context. You're making it miserable for thousands and thousands of people who have to be non-believers because it's so far out that they can't believe in what's going on. Take heed. There are chemtrails up there, but not every cloud in the sky is a chemtrail. Not every cloud in the sky is a chem cloud. Although now we're at a stage in life, in our history, where every cloud has a mixture of chemtrails in it. Don't get me wrong. The manipulation is going on with the aid of chemtrails. Go ahead, someone was...
Okay, no, great that you mentioned that, because you're absolutely right with that. And it's with everything, not just the chemtrails, everything what people see, they say it's a UFO, it's that, it's aliens, I mean, they're imagining too much. So we have to really focus, because the deniers and the government, they will use all this disinformation and whatever to shut us down, you know, because they will say, look, he was wrong, you know. So we better focus what is a really chemtrail, and yeah, and talk about this and not about some imaginary stuff, because there are so many types of clouds, of course, and which is really natural and which is not a chemtrail, like Willie said. So, but the chemtrail really exists. I mean, we know that all, and we have to find out why they're doing that. I mean, for myself, I know, or I mean, I not even can say I know it for 100% sure, because there's no official information, and the governments don't answer us. This is I mean, that's why I know. I mean, that I can now say I know that is something wrong, because if they would answer our questions, then that would show that they are not just admitting it, but they explain it, and we know at least why they're doing it. And if they don't say it, it's because they hide something. And I was very lucky once that I could make an interview with a real chemtrail pilot, with a real pilot of an it was a flight from Mexico City to San Luis Potosí, another city here in Mexico, and he admitted it. He said it's even a necessary evil. So, I mean, there are really certain people who are working like pilots, like that guy who admitted it and who say, yes, I know what a chemtrail is, and he didn't deny it at all. So that was for me the first really 100% proof that yeah, we're on the right way to find out the truth about the chemtrails. And I saw in the chat box here that Sylvain Henry brought us I don't know, 1 or 2 new pilots who want to talk here. Let me see if Sylvain can talk about it right now. Sylvain, tell us what happened with those pilots. Are they here? Sylvain, I mean, he's still connected, but I don't know if he can hear us. I mean, I think 2 years ago I had actually a pilot here on one of the shows, but it turned out that that guy was a debunker or something, was not a really pilot. So we have also to be careful who is going live with us all, because of course, I mean, there's always a debunker and government agents and the CIA who are spying on us and put people
Hi,
away.
Hans.
Ah, okay, now I see you. Good. What happened with those pilots of today?
Okay, let me see if one is available. Just hang on.
Okay.
Hey, Jack. Are you available? Okay, I'll put on the first pilot. His name is Jack from the United States. Okay.
Okay, let's see what he's saying about it. Jack.
Go ahead, Jack. Oh, just a minute. Gotta put the volume on louder.
Okay. It'll be very interesting.
Okay, go ahead again. Oh, for some reason the volume is not on very loud. Let me see now.
Has he Skype?
No, I don't think he has a Skype. Just a minute.
I mean,
You want to try now?
Much more perfect.
No, he's old school, he says.
Old school. Flying planes and don't have a computer with Skype. What
Just
happened with that
I
guy?
want to see if
Okay.
I... Okay, you tell me if you can hear him. Just say something, Jack.
Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear us?
No, but just a minute here. Try again, please.
No, not well. I heard something like, "Can you hear me?" But it's not loud enough.
They can, but Jack, let me try to call you back. Okay. Okay. Hans, keep on speaking, and I'll try to fix this volume problem. Okay.
Of course, of course.
I'll be back.
Okay, I put myself here speaking now. Yeah. Okay. I mean, with my interview, like I mentioned it with the chemtrail pilot, and it was erased like this on my YouTube channel because I uploaded it and it was censored. You know that. But thanks God that there are many people outside who are also downloading certain videos, and so we have all a copy. I mean, I have also my original copy over here.
Strong.
And yeah, to
it's
inform
me.
the people.
How about now? Oh,
Okay.
I got it. Okay, I figured it out.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm connecting you in. Just hang on.
Okay.
Hello, Hans, are you there?
Yes, of course you're here.
Okay, the pilot, now I fixed the technical problem. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Pilot.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Jack.
Hans, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Jack. Yes. Hans, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah,
someone
we
has,
can hear you.
there's some echo effect here. Someone should turn down, turn off something.
Clearly.
Uh,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can you hear him clearly now?
Yes, I can hear him.
Yeah, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm a little new to this. I just sort of stumbled into Sylvain, and he asked me to tell what I know, so that's what I'll do today. I'm 62 years old, and I'm a retired pilot, commercial aviation pilot. I started flying in 1969, and I retired in 2008. So I spent pretty much my whole life flying airplanes, 40 years worth, and primarily on the west coast of the United States is where I've lived, mostly in the Pacific Northwest. I've been watching the skies my whole life, and I remember when the skies were always blue, except for in the wintertime when you started having frontal systems come through, and the weather was pretty predictable. It was cold fronts, warm fronts, high pressure, low pressure, and that's the way it was for the first half of my life, I guess. The one thing that's kind of interesting that sort of got me thinking about all this, when I was a little kid, I used to watch the planes flying over back in the 50s, and they were mostly prop planes back then, DC-3s, stuff like that, and the sun was yellow. It was always yellow. Nobody wore sunglasses. And fast forwarding through my life a little bit, I started noticing, I guess in the 90s, that the sun wasn't yellow anymore, it was white. And I noticed that when we were flying and the sun was alongside you, you had to cover up the window on the plane, because if you had your arm just sitting out in the sun, it would burn you. I don't mean a sunburn. I mean the minute you put your arm up in the sunlight, it just started getting too hot. And that was when I started wondering if there was something going on with the sun, or something going on with the atmosphere. I don't know what it was. But anyway, to make a long story short, I started noticing back, I guess it was probably in the mid-90s, following airplanes that had contrails participate. And it was kind of odd. Back then we used these things called airways. They were based on ground-based navigation, so we all had to kind of follow the same roads in the sky. We didn't have GPS. And so we were always kind of following each other around. And over a period of time, it just seemed like I was starting to see this contrail effect more often. And didn't think a whole lot about it, but I did notice it. I did think it was kind of strange. But there again, I started thinking that maybe it was something to do with a change in atmospheric conditions. Well, looking back, it seems like, the late 90s, it was just like a light switch got flipped, because all of a sudden, you're seeing these things everywhere. And they weren't coming out of military jets, they were coming out of everybody. But it didn't seem to be everywhere either. I flew Mexico a lot, and I noticed down there you didn't see that many of them, or matter of fact, you rarely saw them. It seemed like only the planes that were kind of headed southbound had them, and the ones coming back up out of Mexico didn't have any contrails. Well, anyway, it sort of went by the waystream. I didn't think about it too much, but it was in the back of my mind. And anyhow, after I retired, I live in rural Idaho, so we have no noise around here. It's always quiet. And I'm outdoors most all of the time. I look up in the sky, hear a plane go by, because it's an old habit. You look in the sky and see what it is, or where he's going, or whatever. And I started thinking about these contrails again, because I started noticing on certain days there was lots of them. They just all had them. And I live in an area where I see the flight path of all the flights that are going east out of Seattle and the flights that are going east out of Portland cross over this area. And they all had contrails. So I started doing a little bit of research, and I found this program called Flight Trader 24, and it's you can bring it up on your computer, or you can put it on your phone if you have one of those smartphones. So I started taking notes about who was leaving contrails and who wasn't, and I would watch all these flights every morning coming out of Seattle and Portland, headed over to Minnesota and Illinois, places like that. They all had contrails. Then I would see planes come from the north, like the Arab Emirates have a flight every day that comes down across the North Pole and heads south across Idaho, headed for Los Angeles. And he never had any contrails. So I started looking into the fuel, and I thought, I wonder if it's something to do with the fuel. And I started looking at where these planes were coming from and why some had contrails and some didn't. And to make a long story short, I noticed that airplanes that were coming from Arab countries or South America or Mexico didn't have any contrails. Planes coming out of smaller cities like Salt Lake City or up in Canada, Edmonton and Calgary flights headed down Los Angeles. I didn't seem to see contrails coming out of them very often. And I sort of came to the conclusion that they were putting the metal oxides into the fuel at the refineries and then feeding that fuel to the airports. For example, the Portland airport and the Seattle airport all get their fuel out of the same refinery in Anacortes through a pipeline. And I thought, well, that's a real easy place to put something in the fuel, because then nobody at the airline or nobody at the airport even knows it's in there. So I just got started this summer, started with this Flight Trader 24 app, or I use my computer. And I'm waiting for this summer to show up so that I can keep trying to confirm the fact that I think that the chemicals or metals they're putting into the fuels is put into the fuel supplies of certain airports. And I think it's a Western phenomena mostly. United States, I think Europe is involved in it, but I don't think the third world countries are doing it. I don't think that the Russians are doing it. And the other thing that's sort of crossed my mind here, because I think about these things a lot, I started looking at meteorological websites to see if I could find any discussion of any of this. And I have come to the conclusion that these people that think there's global warming, the scientists and the weather people, I really think they believe there's global warming, and I really think that this whole thing is being done to save the Earth. That's what I think they think. But they can't really do it. I don't think they can come out and admit it, because everybody would figure out what's in it, and everybody knows that any metals, aluminum, lead, barium, all these things that they're putting in it are not healthy. So that's why really, and I think that's why they're putting it in airline fuel, because that's the most effective way to spread it around the country without having hobbyist military airplanes flying around spraying the stuff out. I guess that's sort of where that's the conclusion I've come to. And I did stumble across, when I was researching I'm sure you people have talked about that they have a United States patent, that 5003186, that was patented in 1991 by Hughes Aircraft Corporation, and it was specifically for dispersing metal oxides into the atmosphere in order to prevent global warming and reflect the sunlight back. And they specifically in the patent talked about introducing the oxides into jet fuel so that it could be dispersed, and it said they thought it would remain in suspension for up to a year. So I think that there's some people that actually believe they're doing a good thing. Now, seeing how the United States has been taken over by the large corporations who are just interested in profits and that sort of thing, there could be a dark side to this whole deal. And I hate to think about what that might be. But going back on my lifetime, because of the fact that I'm probably a little older than most of the people that are on the show here, and the fact that I spent my whole life looking in the sky, this is a whole new deal. I mean, we are overcast most of the summer where I live because of the contrails. And back in when they had not the 9/11 event, the 3-day period that followed that, where they grounded all the flights coming and going to and from the United States. If you look at the satellite pictures, the weather people did notice that the skies completely cleared up while those planes were all grounded. And the Atlantic Ocean are just basically under a constant overcast from the jet traffic. And they actually said that the temperature warmed up those 3 days 1 degree. So for the scientists and the weather people who think they're saving the world, that pretty much proved their case, that they are containing the solar heat. But it's back to the old question that we don't really know what their agenda is. And it could be something worse than that, a little more devious than that. We don't have any news in this country anymore. And I shut off the TV sets years ago because there was nothing there that was honest or worth anything. All my information off the internet now, we can't even watch Canadian news down here. They don't let us see CBC and some of those Canadian channels. So we're in the dark here. The other thing that's interesting, somebody mentioned boiling frogs earlier in the program, and we literally are a bunch of boiling frogs. People just are not aware of what's creeping up on us. The commercial airline pilot group is kind of interesting too, because if you even bring something like this up, 99% of them, because they watch TV and they just take whatever the government tells them or whoever, they are in denial about the whole thing, and they don't like to stand out. So whatever the crowds do, when they've got that crowd herd mentality, they just sort of go along with whatever the herd thinks is what I'll think. And there's very few of them. I have a couple friends still fly that are aware of what's going on, but they took the time to look. And once you start looking at all the data and thinking about it, you can see that there's something intentional here. As a matter of fact, that brings up 9/11. If you take the time to look at the data, you can see something's wrong there too. So anyway, I just wanted to put my 2 cents in, and actually, one thing that I airplanes coming out of Seattle are leaving contrails, and then we can probably zero in on how it's being introduced, and I do think it's through the fuel. Anyway, that's about all I had, unless anybody had a question.
Oh, if you may, Hans, can you hear me?
Very loud and clear. I mean, sound quality, it's great. I don't know how you do it, maybe with the smartphone, what I have read there, but it works. It's perfect. I could understand every word. Excellent.
That's great. I'd like to mention two things quickly, because Little Bear, she comes in and out. She has some technology problems right now, connection problem.
Okay.
I'd like her to address the pilot. She's been fighting, she's a former flight attendant,
Okay.
and she's been, her cause has been the aerotoxic cabin syndrome. And I don't know if you can hear us, Little Bear. Her name is Bernard Beaumont. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Did you have any questions to Jack, the pilot?
No, I don't have any questions at all. I could only contribute with the inside of the aircraft here. I'm really listening to detail on this. Anybody got any interest in what's going on inside the aircraft, I always have to give those answers. They can contact me here on Skype or Facebook or wherever, or have a look at our website.
Okay, absolutely. And if you can post that online, and while you do, I'll mention pilots, as you know, they're all the time with probably a lot of them are exposed to a higher concentration of metals than most of us. I don't know if that's been your experience, Jack.
Well, I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but I basically had to retire a few years early because I got metal poisoning. It was mercury mostly, but there's lead in there also. I started to lose my memory, my short-term memory, and that is why I got to the point where I didn't trust memory well enough to continue flying. I retired. The cabin air quality issue, there definitely is a cabin air problem. We mostly saw the problems with McDonnell Douglas products, and you know, all the air that comes into the airplane it comes from through the jet engine in air that's taken off the engine and pumped into the cabin. It's run through an air conditioner if you need cold air, or it's just put in raw if you need warm air. And it doesn't take, well, there's been lots and lots of studies on it. They started wondering if it was something to do with the oils they were using in the engines. But on the Douglas products, because of the way the airplanes were designed, you would get a little tiny bit of a hydraulic leak or something, and it just happened to be, they had so much stuff that was located near the intake for the air conditioning system that it would get right into the cabin of the airplane. And it's bad enough that I got interested when it came out with the new Boeing Dreamliner that I went to look at air conditioning.
The sound quality is a bit bad now. So when could you put the
electric air
phone
conditioners
closer
on that airplane in years. So, you know, the aircraft manufacturers, they can't admit that they have a problem. The airlines can't admit that they have a problem, but they do have problems. And I feel sorry for the flight attendants. There was one airline out here on the West Coast a few years back, had a rash of the flight attendants just getting terribly sick and losing their memories and losing their balance and all that sort of thing. And we're certain it was an air quality problem, but you know, talking about big corporations that are interested in profits, and if everybody knew that the air in the airplanes was bad, they wouldn't go anywhere. So,
well, yes. Well, excuse me if I may. I just interrupt there. It's just very short. Just I'm still here. If for those, I can only repeat myself. For those who are really interested in this topic, they should really go to the website I posted, which is www.aerotoxic.org. You get all the information there. I would love to contribute to here, but I think then this pilot and I would be talking all by ourselves all the time, because I would have such a lot of information on what you just said there. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. But it is not only McDonnell Douglas problem, it is a problem of all jet airliners, and it's a problem of jet engine oil. And contaminated cabin air is full of certain chemicals that is in the jet engine oils, which come through leaking seals, which when the engines are hot, will leak these oils, which then through the heat become airborne basically, and are led into the cabin breathing air through the bleed air system of the turbine. So any information, if anybody's interested, like I said again, go to that website. There are more out there. There's something coming out on Monday. I'll be posting that, and I think I'll say goodbye for now, because I'm coming in and out of here. I don't even know if you heard me now. So look, enjoy, guys, and I'll see you around, okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Great to have you here.
Before the show started, there were two things that the pilot was interested in, and one thing was the possible relationship between chemtrails and HAARP. And online right now we have Billy Hayes, and Billy Hayes was a technician involved in setting up a lot of the first generation HAARP towers. I don't know if Billy is still there. Are you there, Billy?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. If you have any question to Jack, go ahead.
I prefer Jack just go on and continue his conversation without interruption. We want to people stepping in and voicing their opinion of the situation. This is not a chat room. This is a program. We need to understand we are trying to get out very pertinent information. So let's continue listening to Jack. Jack, bring it back.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, Jack, you also had mentioned about the planes there that were grounded for a month. I think they're called KCs 135.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That was years ago. I don't recall, but in the early days of this, I think they carried tankers to start this program. And there was a period of time where, well, it must have been 10 or 15 years ago now, that all of the KC-135 military tankers were grounded because they had some kind of a recall on their tail feathers. And I'm trying to remember, I forgot what I said about that. That was...
What happened to the air when they were grounded?
Well, that was, I think that they were doing most of the spraying, or they were a huge part of it. And the whole thing, people that lived around the military bases and had that type of aircraft said that it just stopped. All the air contrail just stopped. I don't know that they're still using those planes for spraying, though. Now that they figured out how to introduce the metal particulates into the commercial jet fuel supply, they don't really need to be doing that anymore. They probably use it in their own engines, but they've got it covered now. If you can use the civil airline industry to do the spraying and make it like everybody realizes, so that it seems to be a common everyday for all boiling frogs, that this is normal now, and I think they've accomplished their task. The big question, of course, is who's behind it and for what purpose. And like I said, the the atom bomb. He was involved in this whole idea back when that patent was done in 1991, with figured out how to spray this stuff out to reflect the sunlight. And back when they invented the atom bomb, just to show you what kind of a guy he was, he actually was trying to talk them into using the nuclear power for safe things or to help humanity, like nuclear power to generate electricity. He didn't like the bomb idea at all. And so later on, when they were trying to figure out how to do this chemical spraying in the air, I really think he thought that he was going to help save the planet. So, some of these people, their intentions are good, but, we also know, look at the damage that's being done to the agriculture in this country with this stuff that's dropping on the ground. It's changing the pH of the soil, and the crops are having a difficult time. So I don't trust the government. There could be some devious motivation here. I just don't. I don't know if we'll ever really know for a fact, because everything's so secret these days. Everything's a secret. We don't know anything.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I'm glad to see that your younger people here are so wide awake. I mean, it's a real nice thing to hear people that are paying attention to what's going on. But the sad part about it is it's about 1% of the population. Everybody else has been put to sleep, so it's just pretty sad. All you got to do is look. The information's out there, but I don't know where we're going. I don't like it.
And do you have any thoughts about the possible connection with HAARP?
Well, I did. I used to listen to Nick up there in Alaska talking about that HAARP project, and that one fellow that you just spoke with earlier. I've heard a couple guys that came out of there. He may have been one of them that were looking at what they were doing with this thing, and I think it started out being something to do with submarine communications or something. And that whole project, it looks to me like it went rogue, and it's I think it's the military-industrial complex mostly that's trying to figure out how to use it to modify weather for warfare purposes and that sort of thing. I have no doubt about it, but there have been some that have surmised that there was a connection between the chemtrails being used, to form an overcast in order to be able to, bounce these waves off the atmosphere, the ionosphere, whatever, to help their goals, whatever they might be. But I don't think they're good. That's all I can tell you about that.
Okay. And well, on behalf of all of us here, we've been waiting to hear from a kind of like you. I want to see if Billy has any comments.
Yeah, sure do. I'm echoing.
You're fine.
Stand by.
You're fine. I hear you fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quality.
In 1966, the Air Force was experimenting with a gel, a fire-resistant gel called feasibility study of turbine fuel gels for reduction of crash fire hazards. This was introduced finally in 2000, in the year 2000, into the fuels as a retardant that upon impact, this gel, the fuel itself would turn into a gel. Within the components of this gel, this fire retardant that was introduced into the fuel are the same components that we are finding in chem spraying. Therefore, it's not only an additive increasing the performance of the engine itself and the reduction of friction within the turbine engines and the jet engines, but it's also being now used as an excuse as being a fire retardant to be able to engage it into many commercial aircraft. This is how the spraying is now being done, is through the additives that are being added to promote better performance, secondly, better safety, and thirdly, without saying it, the chemical aerosoling of our atmosphere. So people need to research this a little bit more. I mean, I put in a link there. If you'll put it up their hands and put it into your room, wherever it is. I can't find it this morning. I can only run one time. Jack, you've hit it right on the ball. The inclusion of these chemical aerosol spraying started way back in the 60s, actually, with the Air Force experimenting and trying to get the high altitude and low altitude dispersal of Agent Orange. It has never ceased. At Eglin Air Force Base today, you can still go out on the flight line and find aircraft who are still experimenting with the dispersal of aerosols and chemicals that are not in reference to Agent Orange. That's in reference to high altitude dispersal. There are aircraft that are set up now to give dispersal at low altitudes. During the performance last December of the launches at Wallops Space Center in Virginia, during that period of time of the launchings of sounding rockets into the atmosphere, chemtrails and chemical spraying almost ceased in the lower atmosphere. Almost totally ceased. Because they were trying to see what type of situation they could amend into the outer atmosphere, above the ionosphere, which was a proposal of trying to put a Band-Aid on the ionosphere that has been damaged so bad that it's almost unrecognizable. Go ahead, Jack.
Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, well, you know, that's true. I remember when they were crashing, they crashed the 707 with that new fuel in there to show that it was, had flame retardant properties, and that all could be for honorable reasons, or it could be part of the cover, I don't know. But we do know that the United States has been experimenting with aerial spraying for 60 or 70 years. They've got to be experts at it now. They're just fine-tuning it. But like I said, now that they can use commercial airliners as the dispersants, that battle that can't be won. And there was a guy on earlier in the show, I remember talking about Gabriel Cousins and visual light and that sort of thing. And the only thing I would add, I've been into alternative medicines for years and years and years. I don't go to doctors unless I got a broken bone. But I do think that the one thing people should be thinking about is how to keep their immune system healthy and how to take things that can help get all these toxins out of their bodies. You know, look at what happened to me. I don't know where all this stuff came from. Maybe I'm a victim of the cabin air quality problems, like the gal from Switzerland was talking about. You know, some people have a higher tolerance than others, and I don't even fly on airplanes since I retired, and I probably never will again. But anyway. fact that it's being introduced into the fuel. And if everybody would get a flight aware or flight trainer 24 dialed up on their computer when they see an airplane fly by leaving a contrail, just look at where it came from, because I think there's a connection there. It'd be interesting if we could put some more data together on that, but I don't know what else we can do about it. So I think I'll just go ahead and sign off and let you guys continue your show. And thanks for letting me put my 2 cents in, and I hope it contributed something to the program.
You sure did. Thank you on behalf of all of us. And Hans, did you have any words?
No, thank you so much for bringing in all those people, because we need input. We need input, and we need people who are actually working in the sky, like the pilot, you know, because yeah, people have to know, and people. I mean, we couldn't find out right now what is really going on, but it's great that people are aware of it and are yeah, asking themselves also what's happening, you know. So thank you so much, Sylvain, to bring us the pilot, and thanks Mr. Pilot. I mean, great input, and everybody's welcome here, and yeah, we have to wake up and we have to talk about it, you know. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks, and Jack, I want to thank you again, and to the members of the audience. Of course, Jack is not his real name. I'm doing this out of respect for him.
Yeah.
I hope, Jack, you will listen on to the show. I think you have the link to the live stream. Another pilot will be coming on in a few minutes from Eastern United States, and maybe some things that could contribute to your knowledge as well.
Yeah, I will listen and keep waking those people up, because the sheep need to be woke up. Keep up the good work, all of you people.
Okay. Thanks again very much. Bye.
Thank you so much, Jack. Okay.
Okay, back to you, Hans.
Yeah. Okay. A question: where did you meet him, or do you know him in person, Sylvain?
Okay. No, I've never met this pilot. He's an American pilot. The 2 pilots on today's show, on your show today, are American pilots.
Okay.
One from the West Coast and the other from the East Coast, because this is a national problem, actually international problem.
Mm-hmm.
I met with him online thanks to any contacts and the mass action demand. Thanks primarily to our friend Billy, who, because of last week's show, I would think, made a significant impression on this pilot. So he is certainly noticing our persistence in this struggle. We've been, Hans, you and I have been fighting this for years. We're not giving up. We're starting to make some progress. And so today we're having 2 pilots. I'm promising you the next time we have another show, there'll be 3 pilots and 1 air traffic control tower person who will also be nameless.
Mm-hmm.
But in a few minutes, as soon as she is available, Jill, that's not her real name, another pilot from Eastern United States will be on your show. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to mute myself, let the people talk, and I'm here.
Okay. Now, like you said, I mean, we are years talking about this and doing what we can do, and you count on me and the whole world who's watching me now. I mean, it's one guy in Mexico City, the German guy. I mean, but I do what I can do, and count on me. I never let anyone down, and I will really fight until I die, because I want answers also, and I know it's not right what's happening. I mean, I don't know if you saw also the videos I put meanwhile I was with the pilot interview. Let me see if I find it. I mean, they're making let me see. Okay, it's here. They're making experiments in the sky since a long time. I found here a video, for example, from the World War II, where they're flying. I don't know if you can see it here on that window. I mean, it's like a curtain, and I think they were making experiments since decades, not just now, since the 60s or 70s or 80s or whatever. I mean, since there are planes, and since they have weapons, and since they can make experiments with chemicals, I think they have done all, and they have so much money for doing this. There's so much interest behind everything, like the pharmacies And I mean, it's for me just seeing the people in certain time of a year having all the flu. I mean, where's the flu in the at summer? It just wakes up like a bear who is like the window sleeping, you know. I mean, there's something going on, and it's about money overall. And depopulation, of course, is the same. I mean, there's Kissinger who even admitted it. There's a lot of proofs on the internet. Bill Gates was talking about that. I mean, we are not even that much on that planet. The planet is still so big, and there's so much space that we can live in harmony here. And I mean, it's not fair that people are experimenting on us and making us sick. And if the pharmacies are involved, which I absolutely believe, because you know, winter, then there's a flu, and there are thousands of commercials, even on TV, selling us all this crap. So I mean, they just want to sell people, making them sick and giving them the solution. This is what I personally think. I mean, I cannot guarantee everything 100% and saying, and that is true. I mean, this is what I have found out myself, what I believe, and I think I'm not the only one who thinks the same, because you just follow, like Billy also said, you just follow the line where the money goes, and you find the people who are really running the world. So, okay, that's meanwhile a little input of myself. Okay, I'm back to you, Sylvain, or to anyone else who want to talk here. Let me see. Hello, hello.
Hans?
Yeah.
Some caller from Oregon just called me, and
Okay.
she says she has something important to talk about, a new heart facility
Oh my
that
God, yeah.
she's discovered. Do you have time to put her in? She can't use the internet, so but she's listening to the show, but she
Okay.
doesn't have Skype and all the technology. Do you have 1 minute for her?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I'd like to introduce Bonnie, everybody. Bonnie?
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Okay. Well, we do have technology here. We do have Skype here. I just don't have it. By the way.
Okay.
Well, I live on the North Oregon coast, and ever since past summer, we have just been bombarded with chemtrails and chem spraying and all kinds of weird stuff going on. But we discovered, I do believe, a heart facility over here. It's up in the woods. They have locked roads. We cannot go up any of them anymore, and I think it's been there for about 6 months or more. But they've kind of got it. They haven't decided. I would say that I've seen the mirrors up there. I've seen all kinds of weird stuff going on up there, and I have pictures. I'm pretty 100% positive that the new heart facility or military.
Well, thanks for sharing that. Do you have any pictures you can share with us? Oh. Good. Go ahead, Hans.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for bringing in her here to the show. Yeah. It would be really great if we could all have Skype, you know, because the quality would be much more better. But I mean, I could understand it, and I hope the people who are watching this also can do that. So, thanks again, Sylvain, for having more guests here, you know.
Thank you, Bonnie. We'll go back online. Please listen to the show, and thank you for your contribution.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bonnie.
Bye.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Hans.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, this topic is really something very important, because people actually who live here and don't know anything about chemtrails, and they're watching in the sky, they don't recognize them. I mean, for them everything is just normal. So we know all that is not normal. Like I said with the viruses, because how you get a virus when the people answer that and say, because it's cold, so I have to have a flu. It's not true. You don't have a flu because it's cold. If not, all the people in Alaska, the Eskimos, they would have a 24 hours flu for 365 days. It's not the cold. There's something in the air or in the food, because it's the only way something goes into the body. If you consume something, you know, eating, drinking, or smelling, and breathing. I mean, this is air, and I mean, I don't see any other possibility how to get something in the body, or you're getting chipped if you go to the doctor and you get it anyway by force into the body, you know, or into the ears. There's an entrance also to go to get something into the body. Might be hard for what I think with the frequencies, because I have all the time, 24 hours. I have since some years as summing, or I don't know how you call it, in my head. I mean, it's man-made. There's someone here who is, yeah, raping our bodies, raping our health, whatever. So yeah, we have to finish that, because if we don't do anything right now and we forget about it, people don't share it, don't talk about it, in next generations they not even will know it and will just think it's normal, you know. And I mean, it's not normal. Okay, who else wanna talk? Maybe, I don't know, is Billy still there? Because you know a lot of the harp, and you said also the last live streams that they're using now a new technology, the old harp system. I mean, they have a new harp system now, so it's digitally and whatever. I don't know if you're still there. Maybe you can give us some information. Let's see. Okay, I think he's...
I'm here, but I'm having...
Ah, okay, perfect. Let's see. I mean, this is all live here, so don't get bored, people, if you're watching it. There's maybe a minute without any input.
I'd like to mention that I was talking about the spraying going on last year during December.
Okay, could you talk a bit louder? I hear a little bit low here. Let me see what I can do.
Okay, I wanted to speak about this incident of the curtailing of chemical aerosol spraying back a year ago, December, when they fired off the missiles at Wallops Space Center in Virginia. During that period of time, they picked up in one area only, they picked up a lot of spraying, and that was in reference to, let me find it. I'll put it up here somewhere for you guys. Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, during that period of time is when they did the Boeing of and Raytheon test of the EMP marker over a Utah base in Utah, an Air Force base in Utah, and they had to utilize the principles of what was in the aerosol chemicals in order for it to maintain maximum performance. I put it up there for you, Hans. You might want to take a look at it.
Yeah, I opened a website also here, and I have it shared on the chat box on the live stream channel, so all the people also can see that.
I don't have it there for you, but these projects that are on scheduling in reference to where they're chemtrailing it and how much chemical aerosol spraying they're doing in specific areas and which direction they're spraying. It is a very huge scheduling procedure. If they spray in the wrong place, it's going to interfere with a project test elsewhere, or a project performance elsewhere, or a project tooling that they're utilizing. So, and this is around the world. It's not just in the United States. People have to understand, once it gets past being a CT, a chemtrail, it becomes a CC, a chem cloud. And after that, it becomes CW, chem weather. it becomes part of the whole atmospheric movement. And it's utilized. It's utilized as a tool in changing the density of passing certain signals or reflecting certain signals, and reflection of sunlight, radiation, absorption of certain other chemicals that are in the air, mending with other chemicals that are in the air, and development of other compounds that they want to use. It is so extreme. It isn't not just one factor. When we talk about chemical aerosol spraying, we're not talking about just one fact of it. It is multitudes of combinations of usage for these systems. Some of them are electronic, some of them are weather influence, some of them are terraforming products, some of them are of total weaponry, and some of them are just tests. I must take a pause.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this being a guinea pig, or that they're testing on me, that they're manipulating not just my life, the life of all my friends, of all my family. Left family, I have my brother, for example, he's in Germany, and I was talking to him also about chemtrails. First impact of him was, of course, like, you're crazy, it's not true, it's normal, it's just this, you know. But then he woke up a little bit. But what I have seen also in people is like, maybe they get the idea and everything, but then they think, but we cannot do anything. And this is what we have to where we have to work on it, because we can do something. Because if we just accept it, that means we give them green light to do whatever they want until we are all dead or all sick or whatever. I mean, it's up to us really that we can do something. Maybe make a strike. Nobody goes to work a whole day. That people ask what is happening. Then we can talk about it, and or making meetings or I don't know. I mean, there has to be a way to wake up more people, and when they're really getting pissed off, then maybe we have chance to stop it, or to investigate, or take out the governments who are killing us, you know. I mean, I don't want to have a president who is taking all the money from the taxpayers and using the money to make chemical weapons and use it for harming other people or other countries. I mean, we don't need those kind of governments. It's up to us to fire them if they don't work for us, and if they are working against us. I mean, there's a big difference here. So I mean, we have to do something. I mean, it cannot go on all our life. Our planet is also our only place we have. If that planet is one day destroyed of all those modifications, I mean, there's no other home, no other house where we can say, can I go there? No, it's this place where we are living. Okay, let me see if there's someone else who want to talk. I had let's see, Jack. Let me see if he's still there. Someone. Okay, we have no, not Jack. David Black. David, welcome. Are you there? Can you hear us? No, it's your time.
Yes, indeed. Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. I can hear you loud and clear. Thanks. Good
Great. I wasn't sure if my microphone was working at the moment, if it was connected properly. And thanks for letting me on. My name is David Black, otherwise known as Herbert Chemtrail. Chemtrail being a word that you can that can be kind of misinterpreted. But basically, if I may just fill you in a little bit on who I am and why I would be concerned about such an issue like chemtrails, geoengineering, stratospheric aerosol spraying, and that type of thing. Well, I grew up in England and in Spain and in Norway. So I've been growing up in 3 different countries and been gazing out windows and gazing up at the sky ever since I was a little boy. In fact, I was more interested in what was going on in the sky when I was at school than what was going on in the classroom, to be quite honest. And I remember many, many years ago seeing what I think was my first chemtrail before I even ever heard the word. And that was in England. I was sitting on actually on a fence in a field, and I saw this trail that I thought was rather strange. Of course, I watched as they laid it out, and it spread out, and I thought, that's strange. I haven't seen trails behave in that way before. And you know, this is about what? This is well over 20. Well, it's about 25 years ago, actually, actually more. So that's kind of a vague memory I have of what I first sighting of a deliberate spraying of something. On the other hand, we do have the British in the UK, actually, the government's admitting to having sprayed previously, sprayed populations in different areas, actually, with different substances, without the consent of, surprise, surprise, without the consent of anybody. Nobody was asked, you know, is it all right, mate, can we spray this on you? But then a lot of things are done in this world sort of cloak and dagger style, aren't they? So later on I moved to Spain. I'm a musician, basically. I play mostly the flamenco guitar, although I dabble a bit on the clarinet as well. 20 years ago, I moved back to Norway, just over 20 years ago, which is the country I was born in. And I'll be getting to the point now. Try and get into some details here, because 20 years ago, I mean, the skies didn't look anything like they do today in Norway. And bear in mind that Norway is the far north of Europe. It's a long country. It looks like a big, long coastline. And it has, well, it's probably got the longest coastline in Europe or something. I'm not sure. I have to double check that. And there's a little island called Frøya, where some of my relatives come from. Now, 20 odd years ago, I was living at this island, which is about halfway up Norway on the Trondheim coast, quite far out in the sea. Now, in this area of the planet, the nearest airport or commercial airport is Værnes, which is an airport in Trondheim, near Trondheim, Værnes Airport, and you don't get an awful lot of commercial traffic compared to, you know, the centre of Europe. But growing up in London, just reeling back a bit, I know I'm jumping around a bit. I'm a bit out of practice with the broadcasting, which I've been doing for 4 years, but I've been great. I grew up between Gatwick and Heathrow, and actually Concorde would break the sound barrier over our house in Twickenham, and people had to put in reinforced windows. But the point is that I was watching the skies, I was watching the planes, and eventually I got to notice that the trails I'm seeing here in Norway that linger and expand into the overcast milky white stuff, basically usually completely covering the sky on a regular basis. In fact, it's more often than not, often have this puffy cotton ball edge, as I call it, right? So there's this, like, you see the trail, and you can often see the start and stop, like the on and off button, which is the subject as well, because if there's an on and off button, I mean, you know, if there's a, you know, you can't just turn off the engine when you're flapping around in the air there in an aeroplane, in a 737 or a 767 or something. We know what happens then, you plummet. But so I'm seeing this on-off switch on a regular basis, and I'm also seeing planes at very similar altitudes, some leaving trails. So back to the puffy edge of the trail. These are the trails that most of the time I see lingering and expanding into this milky white stuff, and it's on such a regular basis that you can't ignore it. I mean, this isn't something I want to believe is happening, contrary to what some people would believe when you try to bring up the subject. It's you know, I really have tried disproving this to myself hundreds of times over the years now, and I think that's worth a mention too for the listeners out there, that, you know, this isn't something that we really want to believe is happening. It's something that unfortunately really does look to be happening, and has been going on for at least 2 decades. anything is it's increasing, and if it was something positive, they would be more upfront about it now, wouldn't they? And at the same time, we have people like Bill Gates, who is, promoting vaccines, which I've been trying to expose for many years. In fact, I've gotten into a lot of trouble because I got more attention exposing vaccines than I expected, and that's a story in itself. But this guy who has a background, his parents involved in things like Planned Parenthood, eugenics, and so on and so forth. We have Bill Gates talking about, and I quote, if we do a really good job with healthcare and vaccines, if the quote isn't precise because I don't have it up in front of me on the screen, but if we do a really good job on healthcare and vaccines, we can reduce the world's population by so and so much. Now that was more or less his own words, and you can see that on, I think it's his TED conference on YouTube, so you can still see him saying this on YouTube. And then we have this guy, Bill Gates, openly talking about that he wants to put sulfur balloons, release sulfates with balloons into the atmosphere. Only person talking about releasing sulfates into the atmosphere. We have a fellow called, a geoengineer called David Keith, bit of a dodgy character if you ask me. Actually, a few weeks ago actually it's a few months ago now, I saw a geoengineering conference, which, by the way, I saw Max Bliss turning up in there in the audience, and he had a chance to throw in his questions. At the very end of this conference, I was quite pleasantly surprised that how many of you actually think we are being sprayed already, and a lot of people raised their hands in this conference, but unfortunately the camera didn't turn around to show all the hands being raised, but you should have seen the expression on David Keith's face really said an awful lot there. We also have what I would call carbon eugenics, where we have something that I suppose many of you out there have heard of by now, which is the United Nations Agenda 21, which, by the way, includes the depopulation agenda. And this isn't some figment of my imagination. You can get this from the horse's mouth, so to speak, by just looking into Agenda 21, but obviously not taking the actual 40 chapters at face value, because it connects to so many other things, like the biodiversity project, whatever it's called, and the wildland project. Anyway, Agenda 21, which was from the Rio meeting in I think it was 1992, with Maurice Strong, a Rockefeller agent, if you like, who's certainly been working with the Rockefellers, where they have been, actually 178 nations have actually signed on to Agenda 21 so far, which is an agenda running prominently in the background behind the political theatre, so to speak. And, they don't tell you about Agenda 21 when you go out to vote. I think that's a very important point. I mean, if we had to have a system, and I won't go on and on about this now, but if we had to have a system we trust, I would rather have a rather transparent system, something we can trust, something that's upfront about things. But when you have this cloak and dagger type of thing going on, with agendas running in the background, and also, and I bring up the word carbon eugenics again, because those of you who think that eugenics and the mindset of eugenics died out with the Second World War, I would suggest you do a little bit of research. It certainly didn't. In fact, seeing as I've mentioned the Rockefellers, and I hope you will see that this is a related subject. The Rockefellers started so-called health institutes all over this planet, including here in Norway. And these are the same health institutes that forcefully sterilized and forcefully lobotomized, performed frontal lobe lobotomies on some of my relatives here in Norway up until the year 1976. In fact, there's a stone here in Norway where 3,000 nameless people are buried, many of them who come from travelling families, who have been stamped down upon until this present day in a way that is hard to describe now in this program, as it doesn't really directly relate as such, but it does relate in the respect that I'm trying to expose the mindset that I think is really behind spraying us. Is it, on the one hand, yes, they are claiming that protecting us from an alleged global warming, and a global warming that some would say is actually happening, others would disagree, and some would say that victims of having our weather manipulated directly. And it was interesting to hear some of the comments earlier, and that you had an airline pilot and hopefully another one coming on to give their 3 cents and stuff on that, because what is it they're spraying first and foremost? Yes, we are seeing water tests which are showing aluminium oxide off the charts, barium, strontium, other things too. I've also heard reports of cadmium 60, no, cobalt 60, sorry, it was cobalt 60, radioactive substance, sulfates, and other stuff as well. So they're not necessarily spraying the same thing all the time. But why would you want to put aluminium particulates into the atmosphere? And that's where you get back to the HARP thing. And I actually have a book which I sold. It's very hard to get a hold of, actually. It was Tesla's own words, actually, from his Colorado Springs notes. Not a book easy to get hold of, but I think you can actually read it for free on the net if you search for Nikola Tesla Colorado Springs notes PDF or file or something. You can probably get it online. And I found out eventually that, if I'm not mistaken, it seems that Eastlund himself, based, and I'm sure somebody else knows more about this than I do, possibly this Billy fellow, that Eastlund himself, who was involved with building HARP and designing HARP, said with his own words that he based his patents on Tesla's work, which I think is interesting too. So if you want to broadcast a frequency, you can improve the conductivity of the atmosphere by, well, what you have in an antenna, in your TV antenna, is made out of aluminium. It's stuck on the roof there, although we have other types of antenna and stuff going on these days. But so if you imagine you just take the antenna off the top of your house, turn it into powder and spray it in the air, you can use that as an antenna as well. If you want to focus a broadcast to a specific area, you spray that area with aluminium particulates, and then broadcast the frequency of choice to that area, helping it to conduct and disperse that broadcast. So and of course that can be used in so many different ways, because there are many ways that frequencies, energy expressing itself in different frequency ranges, can affect us either directly or subtly even. So yeah, I don't know for a fact. I can't prove to you that HARP and the HARP technology and other similar antenna arrays all over this planet, by the way. There's one at one in the north of Norway called IceCat, where they have 3 different types of antenna. I can't tell you how, because I'm not a scientist, I don't work there, but it makes sense if you want to broadcast something, that you would spray particulates into the atmosphere to facilitate or improve the quality of the broadcast, the conductivity of the atmosphere for broadcast purposes. Oh, there's Billy wants to say something, so yes, yeah, I'll have to let him say something.
Please, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, David. We sure appreciate you being aboard.
Cheers.
Fantastic information. I'd like to make a confirmation with you, since you are sitting in a place that I've been to. I put in a station at Onslow, a heater station, and back 4 years ago, I'm looking for your memory of this situation. 4 years ago, just prior to a hologram experiment. Do you remember 2 days prior to that experiment of the humongous spraying that went on in the area of Onslow?
Of Oslo? In fact,
Oslo.
I was living in Oslo.
Oslo?
Oslo as in the capital of Norway?
Affirmative.
No, actually 4 years ago. So I live about 80 kilometers north of Oslo right now. So you're saying that you built a heater of some kind of an antenna array in Oslo 4 years ago?
Actually, we put the system in 7 years ago, but they fired it up in an experiment of devising a hologram, a spiral hologram, over top of Onslow. And just prior to that, they came in and did the most massive spraying they've ever did over Norway for 2 days prior to it. Go ahead.
Right, because because I've actually been looking at some. This is some time back. I've been looking at this now, but I was looking at a patent. You can also still find on the internet, hopefully, a patent that shows how to project a hologram and to make the projection of the hologram more effective. Then, if you have some particles, smoke or particulates hanging in the atmosphere, it's going to make it much easier to project the image, isn't it? I've seen some very strange things happening over Oslo. I'm not sure if I haven't seen any spiral over Oslo, although there is the famous spiral that was in the far north of Norway that some people actually connect to the Tromsø ice cat antenna array. But I have seen, I don't know where to start there, because I've seen so much strange phenomena in Oslo itself. I wouldn't know where to but I'm trying to think which one of these strange things I've seen might relate to what you're suggesting, what you're describing there. And I'm a bit lost for words there at the moment, but I'm certainly keep that in mind. I'd love to get back to you on that, actually. Because we did see, I think it's about 5 or 6 years ago now, about 6 years ago, where we saw some very, very strange lightning phenomena, but the clouds were full of very strange colours. It looked like some flipping UFO or something. I'm not saying that's what it was in the clouds, but it was so gigantic and such strange light phenomena. It was like northern lights in the clouds, but it wasn't northern lights, if you get what I mean, and pinks and greens and some of us were watching this. We were watching our heads. We just couldn't. And to this day, I cannot find a photograph of what was going on. I could before. I had it saved on an old PC, and it's all been taken off the net. Can't find anything on it anywhere. So
well,
it's amazing how
this is part of what I'm trying to find out is confirmation that you have seen the such as the aurora borealis effect or the northern light effect. Only it did not have the yellow nor the red nor the purples. It was mainly maybe dark blues and silhouette or movement. All this was in reference to those tests that they were doing from the site, the heater site that was installed. And this is a combination of toolings that you were seeing. It isn't just the site there. It was HARP Gakona being able to reflect a signal across that area, which creates an excitement in the atmosphere of the materials, the nano particles that were reactive to those frequencies of creating a stimulated atmosphere, and then they fire a heater through it, which is more like a laser.
Yeah. Like I say, I've seen different phenomena. In fact, I've seen northern lights many times in Oslo, but some of them are very strange and at very, very low altitudes. But those were mostly red and orange yellow. coming straight down through the clouds at low altitude over Oslo. And I've also seen what one would call light pillars, which is basically, it looks like northern lights but going from the ground upwards, a couple of times in Oslo. Very strange phenomenon, very rare, very seldom seen. In fact, a lot of people don't even believe me when I tell them, but I mean, I wasn't the only one who saw it, so it wasn't a figment of my imagination. I would love to know where this facility is that you're talking about, because I don't live far away from Oslo, and I wouldn't mind going to check it out, to put it mildly. Another thing that is interesting, that's another subject really that I was going to touch upon before you came in. Do you know where this facility is? Which end of town is it?
It's actually, yeah, it was actually 22 kilometers from Onslow itself. It's out in the countryside.
Do you remember a town name?
Oh, that's been so many years ago. Right now, I'd have to find some of my papers and see where the orders were drawn to. But
because
right now,
if you can give me a pointer, I can go there with my bicycle and my camera and make a little miniature documentary on it, and then I can give you the information and share it all with you afterwards.
I'll try to find more information. I'm going to take you down as a contact as soon as we can.
Right. Wonderful. Yes. So what I was also talking about, I don't know what you think about this, and how much you've looked into the history of eugenics up until the present day. But there are, in fact, I have a page on Facebook which is basically talking about Agenda 21 eugenics, contemporary eugenics, bioethics, and so on. And it's amazing when you start looking into it how upfront these people are about reducing the world's population. And we've all heard about the Georgia Guidestones by now, but one thing is looking at a stone, isn't it? And another thing is hearing it directly from someone. I mean, we've had this hammered into us. I remember when I was at school as a kid, they showed us painting of the world overpopulated, and actually, you know, if you actually do the math, the world isn't overpopulated at all. In fact, 3% of the world's surface is populated, and you go outside of any major city, like Oslo, for example, and you walk north into the north area of Oslo and up north, go into the woods there, you'd be lucky to see a person once you've walked a few kilometers. I'm not going to go on and on about that now, but for those who want to know, in my humble opinion, the world is not overpopulated. Image has been hammered into our consciousness throughout the decades, ever since I was a kid at the very least. And now today you can look at an Agenda 21 commercial where they're talking about, well, there's a couple of them at least actually, where at the end of the commercial, and you can find this on YouTube still, I think, remove your footprint. Now, they're not telling you straight out what that means, and they're not telling you that it's the carbon footprint. What is a carbon footprint in the first place? What does that mean? What leaves a footprint? I mean, it's a human being, isn't it? We have feet. I mean, cows have hooves and stuff, goats have hooves and stuff like that, you know. So when they're talking about a carbon footprint, they're not talking about cows and sheep, are they? Although they have been slaughtering cows because they say, and there are adverts being directed at children here in Norway, little sort of, well, not exactly adverts, but like propaganda basically, convincing people that cows, flatulating cows, releasing methane out of their rear ends, are contributing, according to these people, to global warming. Now, I couldn't believe this when I saw it. I thought it was a parody or something, you know, and I'm even more shocked when I see people swallowing this as truth, you know, because the thinking is done for people who cannot critically think for themselves anymore because they rely on the opinions of so-called experts. And I said there and then, I said, well, next thing they'll be telling us that the dinosaurs farted themselves into extinction. And lo and behold, a few years later, that's exactly what they've been saying. You know, that's what they're trying to claim. You know, well, if you believe that, ladies and gentlemen, you believe anything. But so you know, what am I trying to get to here? You know, are we being sprayed? It is multifaceted. There are different areas to this, but you know, if you want to get rid of somebody, the more discreet way of doing it is gradually by poisoning them. I mean, we've been living in a world where our water has been fluoridated up to the present day. We are being medicated to death. We're being having our food manipulated on our behalf without being asked either, which is the genetically modified organisms, the GMOs and all the rest of it. They didn't tell us about that when they started feeding us with it for over 2 decades ago, and they're not telling us about or being very upfront about the already existing spraying that I am convinced is happening. There's no doubt in my heart and in my mind that this actually is happening to us on a massive scale. This is and one of the reasons I don't doubt it's happening is because when I go further up north, where there is usually no commercial traffic, and there isn't much commercial traffic where I'm living now, suddenly you'll get a grid in the sky. The planes have done their passes, and it's a checkerboard, and I've got photographs of this. You can see where they start spraying, where they stop spraying. You can go to my YouTube page. I'm David Black, Herbert Chemtrail on Facebook, sorry. Mysterious Labyrinth on YouTube, where I can show you. I mean, who needs the pictures? We're having, anyway, you can see this in real time happening above you in the sky. And here, let me throw in another one, please, because here where I'm sitting now, which is in a town 80 kilometers directly north of Oslo, we do have an airport called Gardermoen, which isn't that far away, but it's slightly southeast from here. So I watch the planes. I can see usually the planes reducing altitude when they're going in and out of the airport, which is the main international airport of Norway, Gardermoen Airport. And one morning, to give you a concrete example, one morning it's about 5 o'clock in the morning. I was up at 4. I went outside, as I always do. I regularly stick my head out to see what's happening in the skies, and there was nothing there. There wasn't a plane, no nothing. And I thought, great, fine, wonderful. So I'm on my laptop and looking at whatever it was. So I went out again and I thought, oh, here we go. Only a few minutes passed, they've already left a few trails here. So I thought, well, let's do, and there was a gentleman mentioning this earlier. I think it's called Flight Radar 24 or something, or Flight Tracker 24. I was using that and some other sites to see, you know, who's who in the plane world. What is that? Who is that plane I see up there? And you can find out quite a lot by looking at the flight radar things. I used to use 2 or 3 of these things. So what I did, I checked all of the flight timetables for commercial flights. It was just before 5 o'clock in the morning by this time. I checked Gardermoen, I checked Værnes airports, and there were absolutely no until 6:05 that morning. So I'm thinking, hello, who left this checkerboard a grid in the sky then? It wasn't a commercial flight. Now I do realise that here there is a whole bunch of information that can really, I mean, making head or tail of it can be quite a challenge sometimes, because, I mean, on the one hand, thinking about the patents that are already have substances included in the jet fuel, and being dispersed in that way. Another thing is aeroplanes that I think look very much like commercial airliners, but in fact have been fitted out with something else. And I doubt many of these planes actually have passengers at all. So because what I'm seeing is again this puffy cotton ball edge and the on and off switch, and this horizon to horizon, sometimes very long trails, where, I mean, you can basically, if you take the time off and watch these trails from where they've been sprayed, and then you follow the development, you'll watch them expand and cover the whole sky and actually create complete overcast weather. And unless you're following the whole development of the actual happening itself, you might not realize that that cloudy weather that you suddenly came, you might have walked out of your job place or whatever and went onto the street, oh, flipping heck, it's cloudy now. And you haven't seen necessarily the full development of how the developed into the full overcast weather. This, I've seen this time and time again, but I'm a bit of a fanatic in watching the skies. I'm thinking, well, you know, you're going to describe this to someone, I'm going to do my best observing the phenomena I'm seeing here. So again, further north in the way, again, this Freya island, I never saw a chemtrail there in my life, and now I found the photo that just happened to be in a newspaper, the Freya Hitra newspaper, with two kids with their teddy bear standing on a hill or something, and the sky's full of chemtrails. And I thought, flipping Henrys, you know, now they're doing it there too. You know, there are no commercial airports there. There is no commercial traffic. We're in the far north of Europe. It's a little island in the middle of nowhere, basically. So, I mean, where did all these planes come from? So these are some of the reasons that I am convinced that this is not commercial air traffic, although it's very interesting, again, what some of the guests on the program, and I'm sure I'd better leave a bit of room for someone else to come on, because I have a tendency to go on and on and on, but it was great to hear a lot of the things that I'm also noticing pointed out on this program by other people who are it really is a challenge. I mean, what do you do to stop the chemtrails? I mean, on the one hand, spread awareness of it is certainly something, but if you want to fix any type of problem, in my humble opinion, you need to get to the root of the problem, don't you? What do you do when you want to cure a disease in your body? You don't treat the symptoms. If you want to cure yourself, you treat the cause. So what do you do on a global level? You identify the root of the problem, where it's coming from. We've heard, yeah, someone's put it, writing their love, peace and understanding. That's wonderful stuff. But we can love and be as understanding as we like, but those trails, unfortunately, are still going to be going in the sky, aren't they? So I'm thinking, well, you identify where it's coming from, and you go to the place, and you put a stop to it. This is the only answer that makes any sense in my head. How are you going to stop the trails? Well, we're not going to stop the trails by waltzing up and down with signs. We're going to be able to inform people, you know, by protesting, if you like, or giving out information in any way possible. Yeah, which I think is fantastic, and we need to do this. But how are you going to stop the trails? Well, you identify where they're coming from, who is doing it, you go there, and you get them to stop. That's the only thing. I mean, we are, in my humble opinion, under attack. People are talking about, oh my God, we're worried about World War III. Well, this is chemical warfare, folks. This is chemical warfare. You're being poisoned by GMOs, your genetically modified organisms, additives in food, fluoride in the water, and there's an agenda here which is real. It's not a theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. It is Agenda 21. It is depopulation, and these people are literally psychopaths, and we don't really need to be giving our energy and our money to these psychopaths who obviously have certain intentions for us on this planet. So I don't know if you have someone else lined up, but I'm willing to waffle on if you like. I'm sure someone else has got something to say.
Yeah. But in fact, I want to give a little input here, because what was good when you mentioned that we have to tell the people. I mean, this is one thing. What we really have to do is sharing all this knowledge. You know, I mean, like I now upload that video after. Now it's live, but then it will be on YouTube. People have to share it, because the people who don't care for themselves, okay, then it's your business. But if you love someone, if you have a family, kids or girlfriend or whatever, at least give those people a chance to watch this and share what is happening. You know, I mean, we don't have to be that selfish or that like, maybe they will see me like a crazy, they will hate me, they will not invite me anymore to drink some beers or whatever. I mean, when it's like this, then anyway you don't have a friend. I mean, if someone cannot listen at you for example, you have a party, you bring up the topic. Okay, now let's talk not just about cars and football games. Let's talk about chemtrails, you know. And they will, I mean, many people, they will say, what is that? And then you can talk. And if you really have friends, they will really like to listen it. And if you don't have friends, anyway, don't care of them. Delete them on Facebook. We don't need people who are blocking our fight for saving the world, you know. I mean, I share, and I have lost a lot of old friends because I'm that crazy for them. And
same anyway. Goes with the territory. Goes with the territory.
Yeah, but I have also known thousands of new friends. I'm full actually in Facebook. I cannot add anyone, but every day there's one or two who disappear. You know, maybe some trolls. Because they know they cannot beat me because I beat the trolls. I have a lot of things to tell them. So, or if I find a troll, because you can see where they're walking. When it says, for example, meter bunk, the debunk site or whatever, then it's a troll. I mean, they are just against us, and I don't want to have them as friends, you know. So everybody who wants my friendship, please inbox me meanwhile, so I can see who is who. And with the time, I will add you all, so don't worry. I mean, we have to be together, and this is also what I have read in the chat box, that we don't have to do it by our own. I mean, it's me here doing that live stream. There are other people outside doing live streams too, you know, and everybody has his own friends and groups, and we should join all together, because it's, I mean, we are the soldiers in that case, because the soldiers who are attacking us, because we are really living the third world war right now, because it's worldwide happening, worldwide they're killing us. So now it's time also for us, the peace soldiers, to make our own army, being together and join it, and make some appointments, like, okay, tomorrow nobody goes to work, because they cannot fire the whole millions of people from one day to the other, but we can make some noise there, you know, because when they say, okay, system is down now, nobody shows up here, that company, so why, you know, we have to go to the mainstream media, which is also controlled by the governments and everything, because the people are believing what they are watching on TV, and we have to show that the people directly on the TV, when they see the fucking soap operas and they see that chemtrail and someone talking about it, maybe then we get the rest awakened here, you know. And one thing more before I stop here, because I got people, they ask me, how can they do it? I don't have money for example, for making flyers or whatever. I don't have even a computer. Okay, there's a very traditional way. At least in Mexico, we have the gas balloons, which the people, they let it go and they go to the sky. Why we don't? I mean, this is very, very cheap also, because you can buy some balloons, fill it up with a methane gas, or I don't know what gas they have, and put some messages on it. I mean, they have to go down with the time, and so the message, I mean, when I see, it's like with the bottles, with the you know, with the people who are in the island, they put a message in a bottle and throw it away, and maybe someone finds the bottle and they know what's happening. I mean, if I find a bottle in the sea, we can do also, maybe if we go to vacations in the ocean, Acapulco, Cancun, whatever, Mexico, or other beaches around the world, putting it in the old style. I mean, when I find a bottle or a balloon with a paper, I'm curious, I want to read it. And so if you do that one day, thousands of balloons, I mean, if just we are thousands, those Facebook groups make this, and I mean, we can wake up more thousands and thousands of people. We have to do something, I mean, some actions, and this is a very cheap way. I don't know if you agree, but we can try it out. Why not? Okay. I'm talking and talking. Okay, continue. You.
Yeah, another one of the.
I see some new guests here. There's Nicole. There's Marie Palak. Marie, how are you? For example, hey, hello. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hey. Hello. Okay. Nice to see you. You're live now.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Okay. Yeah, you're live. Nice to see you. I mean, great that you're also here, because you're not just a friend or my friend or friend of someone or more of that group, but you're also a victim with the Morgellons. I know you since years, and great to have you back again here. And okay, it's your turn now.
I'm much better, and it happens so much in my life.
Yeah.
Did you hear me, or it's echo?
No, I hear you very clearly. I'm just a little bit not nervous, but because I haven't slept since 3 days almost, and I had to work because I saved I put now everything on my new computer to give it a great quality, and I have to get some income also to survive, and I don't sleep it because for me I mean, I'm ready to die to save the world, and I'm doing whatever I can do to help everybody. I mean, I love you all, and I love the planet. I mean, it's our home. So I'm a bit tired now, but talk you.
You must
okay.
You must first take care of yourself. That is my what I have learned most of all. Before this is the first year, I feel much better, and that is because I take seriously. I seriously begin to really take care of my health, and have learned a lot. And it's so interesting to listen today, because 2 years ago I was perhaps because I was so sick, I have not that concentrate to listen at the chemtrails and HARP and all these things. But today what I have learned, everything, the word is it's unbelievable. So you must take care of yourself first hand.
I know. I mean, I'm getting this is great also because when I founded Project Lights Out like 7 years ago in 2007, now it's 2014, and I lost many years believing in the bullshit, like with the global warming, and I was this how you say when you go in the wrong direction, you know. And I lost years because even I have seen, for example, chemtrail pictures, but I was still that blind believing all this official crap what we can see in Discovery Channel, History Channel. I mean, it's nice, the documentaries they have, but they're also full of disinformation. They don't say exactly the truth. So, but when I finally woke up since, I don't know, 3 years or 4 years maybe, when I also found out that the government really don't do what people want, that they are just sucking out our blood and money and everything, you know. So then I mean, I don't trust any government anyway, because I myself tried to offer my knowledge when I started Project Lights Out with some ideas to save energy and make green roofs and whatever. But when I had an interview here in Mexico with the Mexican government, and they told me, no, that is not in our plans, then I thought, okay, it's not, I mean, people, because I talk first with people, wouldn't it be nice to have free energy or this or that? I mean, and then I asked the government, the people there who invited me to the talk, what do you think about this and that? And they say, it's not in our plans, but the people want it. So I mean, they're doing exactly the opposite what people want. They say, no, first we have to make a new highway, then we need to put a new airport over there, and I don't know, other shit, you know. So I mean, there's where our money is going. In other countries, like in the United States, they're spending a lot of billions just for weapons, for the drones. I mean, ask the people, ask them, do you want a drone? They say no. I mean, it's like a dictatorship here. It's not a democracy anymore. And yeah, we should really,
but I think
we should stop to pay taxes.
In the whole world, it's the same.
Yeah, it's the whole
world has, in every subject or topics we're talking about, that's what I have seen. Before I was more, we talk about fiber Morgellons, but what I have found out, and from all information, especially from my own study, then I really begin to understand how everything have connection to each other, but people start being in for example, if you are interested and believe in only chemtrails, you forgot if you talk about the Magellan example, then you don't think that it's the same, because the problem is in the world and the environment and everything, all these tsunami and hurricanes, and there is so much, there is problem in every subject. And I think the most important that is we can share how can we do to be stronger, and how can we help and protect ourselves, because we are in so many different countries, especially like me who is sick, but now I have understand nobody helped me. My Sweden, they have not helped me, so I must begin to help myself. And since I started to really do that, I'm much stronger, and that day I have more my English, sorry.
You're more positive. You're more
my
positive.
Swinglish.
It's the same. It's the same. I'm not. I mean, English is not my mother language. I'm from Germany, and I have to deal here in Mexico with Spanish the whole day, and then English. I mean, sometimes I really get mixed up. So that's why I'm sometimes sounding maybe funny for the people. But I try to do my best, and like you said, I mean, nobody helps when we are in need, you know. I mean, other people say, call me when you need help, you know, but when you really ask, need help or money or time or a hug, for example, people are busy.
That's why
yeah.
That's why we must help each other, and we can help. Before I was stuck, I was really stuck in years, and I have never been in that situation. I felt pity for myself, or bitter, or because I lose everything, and I was so sick. I have been angry, I have crying, I have everything. But now, if I have survived what I have gone through the last 7 years, I know if I can be strong as I am today, and the people who has helped me, it's not only money, or it's a small advice, or piece of love, or you think of somebody there. There is so small thing we can do in this shit world we live in, who destroy. I mean, our world begin to destroy, and so for me, in my topics, it's more, what can I help? I can help. How can you protect yourself? For example, when you start to get sick, don't get sicker and wait and look at all these, what comes over us with chemtrails, with other things. You must do something so you can be strong to fight. Because we get sicker what we eat, what in the air, and wherever it is, but it's important to start it so we will not be sicker and lose our sorry. I want to say so much, so I talk in circles. Sorry, I hope you understand what I mean.
I understand. I mean, we're in the same place, let's say. I mean, we don't just compare the planet. I mean, you're there and I'm here, but we have the same history, let's say. Like I mean, I know that you lost your work and a lot of things, and it's the same happening with me. I had to sacrifice even my whole life for it. I mean, I'm still alive, but I don't have my life like I would like to have it, you know, like, okay, let's go to the movie theater, having a beer there. I mean, sometimes there's really no money, and people don't have time for you when, for example, I had birthday 20th of January. I just received 2 phone calls. Years ago, even people were knocking at my door. Hey, let's go to party. I mean, yeah, I want my life back. I want to have parties sometimes, but if not, I mean, anyway, I mean, I don't get bored and I don't feel weak, because that makes you strong. When you don't have someone who picks or lift you up, you have to do it by yourself, and that makes you strong. And I feel like even if I have to die one day, I mean, anyway, everybody has to die, but at least I will be part of a small change, or maybe big change. Who knows how we can succeed with what we are doing. That's why we have to join, being together, give informations together. Also, I mean, I invite the other radio stations, even Alex Jones. I don't know on what side he is, but I mean, that is what I don't understand. I write people, let's have a talk, let's add me to your Skype or whatever, but there's many people, they not even add me, so I don't know if they don't see my messages or not. Other people, they're so fast there, they even want to add me. I mean, people who have so many followers, we really could help each other, because Alex Jones, for example, has millions of people more than I have, for example, but between all us, maybe we can make really a change. We need to unite. We need to have the love speaking here, you know, because this is what they don't have. This is our weapon. Love is our weapon, and peace. And like you always say, Murray, peace, love, and understanding, and that's true. I mean, this is what we have. The last thing what we
important
have.
words.
Exact, important words, and positive, because those people are like Satanists, you know, they're just believing in the bad and hurting people and making sacrifices. I mean, I have read so many things that, I mean, it's still going on. I wanted to get Anthony Hilder also to this show, but he can just at night. And yeah, I mean, Anthony Hilder, for example, is another example. I don't know if all the world knows Anthony Hilder, but he is saying that what we are talking about since more than 20 years ago. Check out it in YouTube. I think 1993 he was talking about what's actually happening, and we don't have the time that we spent another 20 years just talking. We have to make actions. We have to join each other. I mean, if our closest friends in the neighborhood don't are not with us when we need them, but we have so many other people, like I have you as friend, Sylvain, Billy Hayes, all those people here, for example. I'm sure that when I mean, when you have a problem, I will be there for you. If I have a problem, for sure you also, at least you say hello to me. And if our closest friends don't have that time, I mean, yeah, the only thing what we have is our network, you know, our friendships, and we should grow at least this, and then maybe we can do more, but not separate more, because if not, everybody will just shout hey, and we won't even get hurt. But if you're a very big group, maybe we can change something. Okay, Mary, continue you.
Yeah, that's true. It's important that people stay together, even in what kind of group it is, because what I have seen since I begin to be in different groups, and then people fight each other because they have not the same way of thinking, or I think it's important to respect each other and learn from each other. For example, Sylvain, he's a great, he has learned me a lot about chemtrails, and this year I have taken so many pictures, and 2 years ago when we started to have contact to each other, I thinking, okay, chemtrails, yeah, of course, but I didn't know, like there was one man in the beginning of his live stream, he said, everybody think, oh, that's a chemtrails, or that's a chemtrails. But when you really understand and you see the difference in the air, it's unbelievable that people don't understand what's going on, and especially, you know, people get sicker. They in every family they have cancer, and there is so many things. If you talk about GMO, you have another topics that we how our planet gets destroyed. But the problem is, before people start thinking more open and see all this connection to each other and what's going on, and fight instead, they fight because they, oh no, it's because of this and this, and like myself, I was isolated in 3 years, no help, nothing. I was so sick, and I was just walking around and nothing helps me. But after I have the information and I start to look at and try how can I be better. So here I am today, even if my English is not so very well. So I'm so much better than I was when we start to talk to each other.
Yeah, no,
and thanks that you invite me today also.
No, you're always welcome. Yeah. No, great to see you.
There is another man, Terry, wants to speak.
Yes, exactly. I got also inboxes here that other people want to talk. Of course, I mean, I open not only my heart for you all, I open also this technology, this live streams, because this is what we really can have, like a peaceful weapon. You know, internet was created for military issues in the past, but now it's also available for normal people like you and me. And I mean, many people, they don't know how to do a live stream, but at least I don't censor anybody. Everybody has right to be there, and I give time to everybody. So maybe that live stream will last for 4 or 5 hours. I don't care.
You take care. You can take care of live stream, and I can be a doctor.
Exactly.
If we talk about Magellans.
Exactly. We have. I mean, everybody has some things what he knows how to do. You know. I mean, I can teach languages. Like I'm teaching German also to get some money for food. You know, to survive. And I mean, between all ourselves, we not even need a government, because we can help each other out. I buy, for example, in street markets because I don't want to spend money in Walmart, because of that, all those taxes, they will use it for weapons who are killing other people. So if I can help a neighbor, for example, buying a chicken over there, or some fruits, I mean, it's cheaper and it's cleaner. You know what you're eating, because they are having their farms. It's not full of chemical crap and whatever. So I mean, this is another tip I can give you all. Don't forget your friends, your street markets, because yeah, we have to help each other, you know.
That's why we must be bigger and stronger and stay together, because then we can be the government.
Exactly, and that is what the government actually is doing, is separating each other. You know, people, when they're getting 18 years old, in the most countries with 18, you're how you say, you have all the rights what you want to do. You're not a child anymore, you know. So in Germany, for example, you get 18 years and you want to be far away from your parents. You want to have your own house and everything. And I mean, it's wrong. It's separation. This is what we see in movies. Everybody just thinking in like egoists in their own lives. But we have to be together, you know. I mean, this is what I see still in Mexico, that people are living together, and you see you feel even the love. You see the smiles on the faces, everything, and this could save us, being together on it. Love army, you know, army full of love and not separation. Okay, it's time for another guest here to talk, because I need I want to give chance everybody, of course only the good people, not the trolls. And if someone feels that there's a troll here, just let me know and vamonos, kick him out here. Okay, I think Terry wanted to talk. Mary, thanks so much for your input, and if you still have time, you can still be here and we can still continue talking. Your input is always very welcome, so it was great to see you here. Okay, if she doesn't say anything more, okay, then let's go to Terry Lawton. Are you here? Mr. Terry Lawton. Okay, let me see. Maybe he has the mute button pressed and is talking, but we cannot hear it. Okay, if someone wanna talk, release the mute button. Okay, if not, who else wanna talk? It's still Stonely, I love you too, man. Thanks for your great message over here.
What did I do? What did I do? I told you I wasn't going to say much today.
Yeah, no, great. But it's always good to see you here.
I'll just sit here and fill the space here. This is just great. This is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm blown away.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I don't know how many people are watching this, but I get an inbox 400 people sometimes.
Group of people here, and the stuff that's going on, it's just phenomenal. Yeah, it you know, it brings tears to my eyes because, you know, 2 or 3 years of doing this, you wonder why the hell you're doing it. It gets overbearing and or a burden, and man, to see a day like today is just like, I don't know, it's like winning a big trophy of some kind, or you know.
Thank you so much, man. Yeah, brother, I hope before I die that I have the honor to see you all having a beer with you, or I don't know, a joint for the people who like to smoke. I mean, I want peace. I want to help. I mean, I'm stuck in a fucking small room here, but I mean, I'm here for you, and I do whatever I can do. Maybe I'm a bit funny sometimes with my fucking English here, but I'm here. And thank you so much, Stone. You're a great friend, like everybody here. Count on me. I'm here. Okay. A word to Sylvain. Sylvain, what happened with the other pilot? Would like to listen.
I'm having a technical issue with the telephone of the pilot because this second pilot, we'll call her Jill, she doesn't want to use Skype right now, but she wants to phone me. But there is for some reason, the phone network is down where she is. So I'm still trying to connect with her. She really, really wants to join us.
Okay.
And so as soon as I get word, I'll let you know. I'm sorry Terry couldn't come in. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a connection problem as well. Oh, okay. He's typing something. He's here now. Okay, so I'm going to be quiet. I'll mute myself, and here's Terry.
Okay. Hi, Terry.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, great. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, you can hear me there, lads, yeah?
Yeah. There's someone who has I don't know, I think maybe Mary, can you mute yourself if you don't talk? Because I hear a kind of echo over there.
Yeah, I'm in a room here. It's the only room I have the computer in, so am I echoing now?
No, you're perfect. Okay, keep talking. Nice to have you here.
Okay, excellent. Thanks for having me on, lads. Great. There's a lot of people waking up to chemtrails, man. There's a lot of. I've just been listening to the show there for the last half an hour. It's great to hear so many people are wide awake to what's going on.
Yep.
Boggles the mind how how like 95 or 98% of humanity just cannot see this elephant in the living room. This insane crime that takes place every day. And yeah, great to be in touch with like-minded people. So whose radio show is this? Is this yours, Sylvain?
It's kind of both. I mean, Sylvain.
It's the Project Lights Out radio show. I'm just a helper in the back.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sylvain.
Great. So how long have you had the radio show, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I met Sylvain some years ago because I saw also videos that he was uploading to YouTube against also the chemtrail and stuff. And I mean, when I woke up, I also I myself or I tried to contact all those kind of awakened people like Sylvain, like Russ Tanner. I miss Russ Tanner here. I mean, just with him, we will talk just 4 hours just with him here. He knows so much about the chemtrails, Max Bliss and everything. So sometimes I get contacted. Sometimes when I find a new cool friend over there, I also invite him and write him on inbox or whatever. So I met Sylvain Henry some years ago, and yeah, and I mean, you said it's my live stream. Okay, I'm doing that live, but the idea to make it for today, it's yours. So you also get credit here. Thank you so much, because many people I don't know myself. For example, Terry, I think I didn't know about you until this week, maybe when I added you, because I mean, maybe you're a friend from Sylvain, and that's why I made you. Or I don't know. I mean, with 5,000 people on Facebook, I don't even know where they are from and whatever. You know, it's just wonderful to be connected finally. I mean, this is what counts. And yeah, welcome. Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah, same as that. There's so many people. So many as a friend on Facebook now. I'm really seeing it. An acceleration in the awakening, but unfortunately also we're seeing an acceleration in the program as well that's countering that. So you can see that, you know, every day now, you know, it's crazy. I mean, the weather has just gone completely haywire, man. And you got these trails being sprayed from dawn till dusk, and you know, I mean, you can't even see the bloody sun anymore. I mean, we didn't see the sun here for the whole of January, and I mean, I'm from the region formerly known as the sunny southeast in Wexford in Ireland here. And I mean, we used to get the highest amount of sunshine hours down here. Actually, the village that I'm from, Kilmore Key, we used to get the highest amount of sunshine hours out of the whole of Ireland. And I mean, we just don't see the sun anymore. And I started to find out about this program of solar radiation management, geoengineering, stratospheric aerosol injection, whatever you want to call it. I started finding out about it about 4 years ago, and tried to lie to myself about it first. I didn't want to believe it. It's just, you know, the enormity of it is just too much to take on board for most well-meaning people. You know, it's just too much to take on board. So you just kind of tend to just kind of try to make it all go away and forget about it, but it just doesn't go away. And you know, the more you look into it, you know, you start looking into it and you just go down the rabbit hole of it and start looking at white papers, patents, documents, government papers and documents, and I mean, there's just mountains and mountains and mountains of documentation out there. You know, the evidence is just too much now, you know, to ignore this. You know, I mean, governments have been talking about controlling the weather for decades. You know, JFK talked about it at a United Nations Assembly in 1961. He spoke about the desire to control the weather, or to predict the weather, and to eventually control the weather. And you know, and there's been like patents. I've got patents going back to the 1920s, which are all available up on Geoengineering Watch, Dane Wigington's site. Patents going back to the 1920s, like on how to manipulate the atmosphere to get desired weather effects. You know, to get rain, to get snow, and you know, and to create wind and this and that. You know, so this is science that's been spoken about for a long time. Yes. And you know, we're seeing it now going on every day. Like, governments deny it's going on, but like you can look at documents like the House of Commons regulation on geoengineering. You know, that's a lengthy document where, you know, they propose regulating geoengineering for, you know, to regulate it, to make it safe, you know. So I mean, they're openly talking about it. The Science and Technology Committee wrote that report in 2009, and they've done 2 reports before that and three reports since then. So they've got 6 reports altogether. So I mean, it's just, they're out in the open about it. You know, the International Panel on Climate Change said at the end of last year that if geoengineering programs around the world were to cease, that the environmental impacts could be catastrophic. You know, so they like, that's an admission that it's going on. You know, and you've got UNESCO giving the blessings to these psychopaths as we go to spray the planet, you know, to save us from global warming, you know, and it's insane. I mean, to any rational thinking person, you know, even if you believe this whole global warming hoax, anthropogenic global warming, if you do believe that mankind is warming up the planet, if me and you, the common man, is warming up the planet, if you believe that, I mean, how the hell is blanketing the planet in deadly carcinogenic material bloody solve the problem? I mean, a child of bloody 6 months of age, 6 months old, I'd understand. I mean, that's not a good thing, you know, spraying the bloody planet with toxic carcinogens. And you know, if anything, I mean, the insanity of it is just so blatantly in your face. I mean, like, how is, let's say that these materials that they were using were good for us. Let's say it was bloody whatever, if it was something good for us, whatever, like whatever. I mean, still, it's gonna, if you blanket the planet with anything, it's gonna warm the planet up. If anything, it's not gonna cool it down. You know, it'd be like putting a blanket, a lagging jacket on an immersion tank. You know, what's that going to do? It's going to keep the heat in the immersion tank. It's not going to cool it down. And the same thing would apply on a global scale with the stratospheric aerosol injection. I mean, they're spraying 200 million tons of this stuff. According, David Keith spoke about that in What in the World Are They Spraying? He only about spraying like 200 million tons a year, and he said that they haven't done any studies into the health impacts of this on life on Earth, you know, and it's just insane, man. I like every source that is needed for life to exist is under direct attack. Carbon dioxide, oxygen, water, and sunlight. Every bloody source that we need for life to exist is under direct attack from this insane program that's been going on for 15, 20 years plus. And I mean, as the saying goes, like, you can ignore reality, but you can't ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. I mean, we're living in the greatest mass extinction period since the dinosaurs now, with like 200 species of plants, animals, birds, and insects becoming extinct every day. That's every 24 hours, you know? And that's not some speculative statement, that's a fact, you know? I mean, I was looking at the propaganda on BBC a while ago on a David Attenborough program about 2 weeks ago. And he even said in it, you know, it was the first time I heard him admitting that, talking about this mass extinction period. He didn't stress how bad it was, but he said that there's more plants and animals and insects and all becoming extinct every day now than any other time in the history of the planet. But you see, they blame global warming on all of the ramifications that are being caused by this program. And I mean, it's just such a mass deception how they're pulling it off, because they get to blame us for all the problems that they're creating, and then we got to pay taxes to these psychopaths, and exactly. You know, and carbon taxes and this and that, and it's insane, man. You know, as I said, any logically, rationally minded person, all you got to do is look into this for like an hour some night. I mean, and just look at the admissions, look at the bloody white papers, the patents. And especially just look up in the sky. You know, this stuff is going on. You just cannot ignore this elephant in the living room any longer, because I mean, they've ramped up this program now. Like in the last 2 years, it's got worse, because when I woke up 4 years ago, I used to see them spraying almost, well, once every 2 days you'd see them spraying at least. But now you don't even get a chance to see the planes anymore, because there's just clouds everywhere. Artificial chemical creations. And it's crazy. I mean, NASA have confirmed that the Earth has got 20% darker in a phenomenon they call global dimming. This is blamed again on global warming, and also the global warming hoax is the skeleton that they use to blame for everything, you know. And it's just not been, the planet is just not being warmed up by human beings. I mean, even if you do believe that in that hoax, I mean, it's just ridiculous, because one volcano emits the equivalent, like in one eruption, one volcano emits the equivalent of 10 years of human activity. So, like the common man's impact on this planet is minuscule, but these psychopaths want us to think that we're the problem and we need to be removed. Well, they're the people they're the problem and they need to be removed. So,
well,
yeah.
Terry, can I butt in for a minute? Do you think?
Go ahead.
Terry, do you think we can stop them from making it like oh geez, I forgot my train of thought. Do you think we can stop them from making us look for that solution? Like they've create a problem and sell a solution. So
problem, reaction, solution. This is how they work their whole system, man. Exactly, the Hegelian dialectic.
So how are we going to stop that?
Well, you know, I mean, as apparently as Jesus Christ said,
if we start looking for solutions, where are we going to look to start these solutions? This is the things that I get into arguments with about is where do we start fixing this?
Yeah. Well, first of all, the people perish for lack of knowledge. Okay, that's apparently Jesus, one of his quotes. But you know, I mean, it's about information. You know, it's the information war. You know, we are in a war. And I heard you talking about, you know, people are saying, oh, when's World War III going to start or whatever, or, oh, I'm afraid World War III is going to start. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, World War III is already well underway and in the skies every day. You know, it's taking place like in the skies right now. And I mean, it's just, it boggles the mind that people don't know this is going on. And, you know, to wake people up, obviously, knowledge is power, you know, and knowledge is the key to this. Information is the key to seeing through this whole mass deception and exposing it for the fraud it is and the crime it is, you know. So like, I don't know, you know, that's the first thing. You feel helpless, you feel bloody disempowered when you find out about this. At first, you think, oh, what can little old me do about this? You're going out and you look out in the morning, and it just trails everywhere, and you're freaking out, and you're just like cracking up about it, and like, what the hell do you do? Is what you're thinking, you know. And I mean, none of us are going to save the world on our own, but like collectively, we can move mountains when we work together as the human community should be doing, you know. I mean, you know, like, I mean, like.
Well, Terry, okay, let me butt in then. I'll help you out, Terry. I'll help you out a little bit here.
Sorry, I haven't finished that. I haven't really finished it to get to my point. Just 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
Basically, we what can we do? Well, we all need to make this, you know, everyday, bring this into everyday conversation. We need to bring it up the dinner table. We need to speak out in whatever, in church or whatever, or speak out anywhere you can. Tell people about this. Wherever you are, point out to people what's going on. Tell them to look at old photographs. This is the greatest thing to do. It's the greatest thing to do. Tell people to refer to old photographs. Look through their old photo albums, and you just will not see these trails and these anomalies that you see in the sky now. Okay, no matter what bloody lies that the media will come up with to try to tell you that, oh, they'll explain it away and they'll say that it's a contrail and this and that, and they'll tell you about the atmospheric physics and this and that and whatever. The fact is, these trails never existed in the past. So that's a very easy thing to prove by just looking at photo albums. So that's one thing you can do, is tell people to look at photo albums and just leave it at that. You don't want to bloody overdo it telling people, because you can overload people with information as well. Less is more in a lot of cases, you know. But information is key. I've been taken to the streets doing information days, geoengineering awareness days all around the southeast of Ireland. I plan on doing plenty more this year. I'm a little bit incapacitated at the moment because the tyrants took my driver's license for not paying their corporate slave tax and insurances and all of this. And so I'm in that respect. And I haven't gone in the free man route because I'm in fear of my life, basically, by the people that are there to be supposedly serving and protecting us, but who are really serving and protecting the corporations. But basically, I want to keep going around the country doing awareness days. That's what I want to do. I want to get a momentum. I want to get a wave of resistance going in this country. Like we need. I've got a team of different street activists that come out on the streets with me at any given moment. Like I just give them a call and they come with me the next day, and you know, we have really good days on the streets. A lot of people know what's going on, but they just don't know what to do about it. And it's networking, you know, it's what we got to do. We all got to work together and start coming up with ideas. And like I want to see like street teams in every town and village and city in Ireland and everywhere, all around the world. We need to be going out in the streets, bloody making noise, this man. But we need to be going out in the streets with proper information. We got to have verifiable information to back up things, because it's very hard to convince people of this because of the insane nature of it. But when you've got government stamped white papers and patents and this and that, and you can like what I have out in the streets now is like I bring all these patents in a folder out with me, and I have like PVC colorful PVC professionally printed banners. I've got like the NASA cloud chart now with the new 30-something cloud types that just mysteriously appeared, you know, that they never existed in the past. Like when I was going to school, there was only like 9 cloud types. Now there's 30-something. You know, what's going on there? You know, I mean, that's just another part of the mass deception, just normalizing the insanity that's going on in our skies. So I take things like that in the streets with me. Just a load of basically information on PVC banners. So I make plenty of noise and make videos, film the skies every day, and basically I've got people talking in my area like this. So what can we do individually is just take action, basically. Don't do nothing. That's the main thing. We got to just take action. Don't do nothing.
Great words, my friend.
Okay, can I pop in here? This is
Can you
Billy.
hear me?
I have a question to pass on to Terry. Terry, you live in...
I can't really hear you there. That's the one now.
Well, let's
Can you hear
see
me?
if we can't. Yeah, hold on.
I think there's a couple of voices coming in. Sorry, who am I speaking to now, lads?
Okay, Terry, this is Billy Hayes. In your vicinity, you live on the east side of Ireland, right?
You're breaking up a little bit there. This is Bill, you said?
Billy, yeah.
Billy? Okay, Billy Hayes, yeah?
In your vicinity on the east coast, are you seeing any results from the new wind turbine farm in the UK? Now, there are 5 new ones that are put up. Are you seeing any amendments to your weather because of them?
Because of the turbines?
The wind farm turbines on the west coast, yeah.
No, I myself, I don't see any weather changes due to that. Like, I mean, I know, like, I cycle by a wind farm every day, and I know, like, that it interferes with the frequencies in the air. I kind of get a headache when I'm up near them, so I know they're definitely having health impacts, but I don't know if they're having an impact on the environment. But they are a Trojan horse as well. Apparently, it seems. You know, they were supposedly, you know, should get, you know, free energy, not free energy, but harness the wind's energy. But they're doing more harm than good, as far as I know. There's people all over the world are bloody reporting suffering from severe depression because these things have been put up in their backyard, basically. And I mean, each one of them kills like 300 birds a year, and also they're not. I don't know. I'm not seeing any weather changes because of it, man. I kind of never really brought that factor into the equation. I mean, I'm just looking at what's going on in the sky, really, kind of, you know.
Well, if you take a look over the last 5 years, you will see that there has been critical changes in the direction of storms coming out of the upper Arctic into the UK. Yep. All this is part of the channeling due to the new wind farms. And it's only going to get worse because now China is adding onto the agenda of putting in almost 2,000 units for their wind farm over in Asia, in the water. These ones in the water are the ones that are so strategic.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Billy. I'm like, there's 2 voices coming at me here, and I'm really struggling to hear what you're saying. Can you hear me clearly?
Brand new wind farm system that's off the coastline. It's the biggest wind farm in the world.
Okay.
It's over water. And ever since they put it up there, the low compression behind these wind farms, you can actually see when it goes into a low depression of the air coming in, it makes a low contact and all behind each one of these wind mills.
Yep.
Well, can I come in there? Can I come in there and say that I live right by where, on the coast, right by where that large wind farm is. And it backs up what you're saying, that they do start chemtrailing very early in the morning, and it is altering what's happened. So I just thought I'd back you up. I'll switch my microphone off again, but I just thought I'd back you up on that. I'm right on the Lincoln coast by where this massive off-sea wind farm is, and they put a wind farm on the coast and off the coast all the way to Lincolnshire and Yorkshire and Norfolk.
Well,
Yeah.
These enormous wind farms develop. What's happening at these wind farms is that as the wind comes into these wind farms, each windmill rises a depression behind it of air that is a spiraling vortex, a growing spiraling vortex. As it hits, all these wind farms line up in rows where one vortex is feeding into the next windmill, and then the next one.
Yeah, what happened? Some audio problem here.
I'm still here. I'm kind of having trouble hearing there, but I'm just about managing to pick up what he's saying. I think he's saying that the turbines are playing a part in this whole weather modification program. I hadn't thought of that, but I know from looking at the turbines that the wind changes could change the direction from four.
Are in the so-called aerosol sprayed atmosphere. It rolls us up.
So, yeah, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm struggling to hear you, man. Yeah. Are you there, Sylvain?
Yes, I'm here.
And this
hello.
Make up
Hello.
Electrical energy, just
Billy,
like an alternator.
Billy, we're having a connection problem.
So you have this massive airborne generator here charging.
It's Sarah speaking, and what's happening is
Hey, listen,
we're having problems here.
Component of
That's a little mess here.
I guess everybody. Honestly, is there anything you can do from your end?
I'm hearing two talking up
the air.
Yeah, someone has to mute here, I think so. Because now more people here.
Billy, can you hear us, Billy?
When that propeller comes down and goes through the bottom, it discharges the two propellers that are airborne. So on each turn, you get a static pulse.
Sorry.
That comes.
Can you get Billy to call back in, because I just can't hear what he's saying.
We'll have to take a note. As of the last.
Hello, who's there now? Billy, I really can't hear you. Can you call back, because your line is not very clear.
Yeah, on Skype would be better.
Are you still there? Who came in there? Was that Sarah?
Okay, let's say hello to the new people here. There's Sarah. Hello. And I don't know if you have a microphone. And there is Protected Sun. I think Nicole is your name. Hello.
Your name? Right, I've just come back on now. Sorry, I was in the other room with the television in the background, so I had to come out of that room to talk. But yeah, I think what's happening is someone has got last week's show on playing on with a mic open, and that's coming over because it's that last week, so that's happening. Let's see who that is.
Okay, I think Billy Hayes is back here, because on phone it's not that good quality. Maybe on Skype we can listen better to him. Okay, now I see you also here with your camera. Okay, Billy, are you there?
What we have here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here finally.
Perfect.
You had too many people on there, and too many people left their mics unmuted.
Yeah.
It was just when Sylvain was coming through Sylvain, so I don't know. Someone's audio was turned up too high. I don't know where to go. I kind of lost track. So go ahead.
Okay. I think Terry, you were talking to Billy, right? So you can continue.
Yeah. Well, look, I'd like to talk about what we were talking about a minute ago, because I think it's the take an action part is what it's important to focus on. I think just for a minute. Let's say, for instance, I've made 5 phone calls this week. On Monday, I phoned the Environmental Protection Agency to see had they any knowledge of the spray programs that are going on. And the lady I spoke to there, she was really nice, but it was evident throughout the conversation, it was evident that she was a part of the mass deception. She was trying to sidetrack me all the time, like basically telling me that it's all just conspiracy theory and they're just chemtrails and this and that. And so I went into a little bit into the science into it. Like I was explaining to her like that vapor on its own cannot expand to like hundreds of times its mass. You know, it's a physical impossibility for this to happen. You know, but she just wasn't open to it really. You know, she wasn't open to anything like it. She was just, you know, it's not going on, and that's it. It's a conspiracy theory, basically. So, but I recorded that. That's up on my Facebook page, Wexford Skywatch, WEXFORD Skywatch, two words, Wexford Skywatch. That video was up there, and I've also got 4 other videos. I phoned the Department of the Environment on Tuesday. They had no idea that was going on either, according to the lady I was speaking to. So I got their email address. So I'm gonna send on an information pack. And this is what I'm in the process of doing at the moment. I'm compiling an information pack with just excerpts from different patents and government patents and white papers, you know, so I can just have basically an info pack ready to just send out to all these agencies and organizations. You know, I know that by contacting these organizations that they're not going to do anything because they're a part of this mass deception. They're bought and paid for. I mean, they're just kept creatures, and that's it, end of story. But I'm just making noise and letting them know that I am aware, that they are aware, you know, and just put these people on notice, let them know that we know, just keep breathing down their necks, you know, it's so important, never go away. I phoned the Civil Aviation Authority on Wednesday, and I had a great conversation with one of the head guys there in Dublin. Talking to him for about 15 minutes. That conversation is up on my Wexford Skywatch Facebook page as well. And this guy apparently had no knowledge at all. He actually sounded genuinely like he had no idea of this program, but he sounded like he had no idea of it. And so I had an interesting conversation with him. Like he talked about, he knows that there are weather modification planes. He knows that there are spray planes. Not weather modification. He talked about how there are certain fleets that are retrofitted out with spray equipment for like forest fires and this and that. And I knew that already, but basically that's all he was saying. That he only had knowledge of planes being fitted out for forest fires and all that. So, but that's up on my page there as well. So I can phone all these departments and just basically letting them know what's going on. You know, whether they know or not, I don't know, but I'm letting them know anyway. So more people need to phone these agencies. I'm going to get in touch with the Irish Police this week. I need to get in touch with the Army, the Ministry of Defence. I phoned the meteorological Met Éireann Meteorological Service Ireland. I phoned their headquarters in Dublin yesterday, and I was put through to the weatherman, basically one of the main weathermen on RTE, the main news channel here. He's a weatherman on there, so I was actually put directly onto him. So I had a great conversation with him for about 17 minutes. I was onto him, and it was clear. It was just listen to the conversation. You can just hear it in his voice that he's covering up. He wasn't open to any information. It's a closed shop, basically. They've got their scientists, they've got their physicians, they've got basically they know basically what's going on, and that's it. They don't, like, what am I saying? They know what's going on. They're covering it up. It's so evident. Like, it was just, he was just bringing in that redundant, that ridiculous argument. Oh, it's a contrail. It's only vapor and this and that. And it's like, it's so ridiculous at this stage. It's just a circular, redundant argument. I don't even entertain that argument anymore because it's. I mean, I'm looking at these, whatever you call them, persistent trails, chemtrails, whatever. I'm seeing these being turned off at specific points in the sky, you know, and like, I mean, it's not vapor. It cannot be vapor because it expands out to way more times mass than it starts out, and it is not vapor. And you know, so I was telling this guy, this weather guy, and he insisted on it basically that it was vapor. This was his only argument throughout the whole conversation. But it's really interesting to hear the tone in his voice. It's evident anyhow that, you know, he is a part of the mass deception. So I'm going to continue to phone agencies like this and services like that, like the Weather Service Ireland, and just we need to just make noise about it. You know, I mean, as the saying goes, you know, all it takes for evil men and tyrants to flourish is for good men and women to do nothing. Got to do is just you know, just expose this, you know, because we've never been living in a time where it's easier to fight for freedom, you know. I mean, people had to, you know, fight physically, you know, throughout history. Our ancestors and forefathers, they fought and died to give us the little bit of supposed freedoms we have now. And what are we doing when all of this stuff is going on? Bloody looking at X Factor on Coronation Street, you know. It's just absolutely ridiculous, you know. And you know, just, you know, what can we do? Turn off the television. That's one thing we can do. Start bloody communicating with our neighbours, you know. Get this information out there. Start making it every day, bringing it into the everyday vernacular, you know. And, you know, just try every bloody thing. I mean, like I wrote a song myself a couple of weeks ago. I put lyrics. It's a Alanis Morissette song, like One Hand in My Pocket. But I put my own Chemtrails lyrics to it.
Is that your song?
And yeah.
That's excellent. I shared it sometimes on my Facebook wall also. It's excellent. I love it, man.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
thanks,
great.
Man. Well,
excellent.
It's had really good feedback on Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah.
And you know, I think I'm you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, there was a kind of
can't
echo
be
over here.
Music. You can't beat the power of music to communicate a message. You can talk to your blue in the face to people about different things, you know, and there's nothing more powerful than a song, because that message embeds in people's brains, and it's there forever, you know. And especially if you put lyrics to a catchy song, an old song that people are familiar with.
Exactly.
You know, anytime people hear that song, it's going to familiarize it with the chemtrails, geoengineering, you know. And you know, so this is like we got to just bring our bloody skills to the table. I mean, we've all got talents. We all have things to do. We all have things to share and to help to stop this. You know, and you know, the controllers know that if when we get creative and artistic, and you know, that's the beginning of the end for them, because the truth is just going to shine through. You know, and that's, you know, the truth will always shine through all the lies. You know, and that's the beauty of it. You know, what we're telling is the truth. You know, and the truth only has to be applied once. Lies have to be told over and over and over again. And people are getting sick of the lies now, because they know the governments are corrupt. They know there's paedophiles working within all these BBC organisations, and paedophiles within the government and sacrificing children and what have you. And, you know, people know are waking up to all this now. So there's never been a greater time to be alive, you know, because we can wake up to this now, you know. Like, people are starting to wake up to all the other mass deceptions, you know. So, you know, it's a good time to bring geoengineering to the table and talk about it, because we're looking at the weather now as well, and people are wondering what the hell is up with the weather, you know. And I mean, just refer to JFK, as I said earlier. He talked about controlling the weather in 1961. So I mean, you can only imagine how far they've technologically advanced, you know. So I mean, yeah. So basically, what can we do? We got to be equipped with knowledge at all times, information, flyers, DVDs. I've got a copy. I go around everywhere I go. I never leave home without a few copies of what world are they spraying. I record these in DVD format, so people can actually watch them in the comfort of their own living room. And that's just such a powerful film to wake people up, you know. That was the one that really, the penny really dropped with me when I saw that film. I went, boom, you know, that was it, man. There was no doubt about it then.
Oh, if I could butt in a little. But in Terry, agreed. You like I just posed it. You can't beat this into people. You can't beat sense into people. It doesn't work. And so, and a lot of people have been trying that, and it gets you in trouble, and it makes you look bad, and stick out like a sore thumb. You're better off to trick them. You got to be a little smarter about getting people aware to this, I think. You can't just slam it. You can't be a Bible thumper or, you know, shove it down their throat type of thing. You know, that leaves a bad taste in their mouth. We really have to. I'm sorry, but we have to trick people, and it's sad that we have to trick people. We really have to trick people.
Well, their minds have been programmed into this system, you know, so they go along with the lies and the corruption, basically. So when you tell them the truth, it's not going to go down well with them, because deep down they know it's the truth, but they just don't want to face up to the harsh reality, and the world that goes from underneath their feet, you know, and the ground goes from underneath them. I mean, and you know, it's too much. But for some people to accept, but you know, it's like, yeah, I don't come across as like a Jehovah Witness, Bible basher or anything like that. I mean, I just tell people once and that's it. I don't really go back to people. I don't waste my time with people for a second time, you know. I give them a DVD, I give them information and let them think for themselves, you know, because as I said, less is more sometimes, you know. But as I was saying there, like, I mean, you don't even have to be out in the streets bloody telling people about this. If you've got skills in writing songs, as I'm saying, you know, you don't have to talk to anybody at all. You just get a song up to YouTube and it's circulating around the internet and people are singing it and this and that, you know. I mean, the power in music, again, you know, it's just such a powerful tool to wake people up, you know. But I definitely hear you, you know. There's no sense in you know, hitting people over the head with a 4x2, you know. You got to kind of drip feed them, you know, kind of slowly wakey, you know. You know, because
yeah, ask them questions, like ask them.
Hey, I forgot to say that, you know, that is a really important point. Ask questions, get them to think for themselves. Exactly, you're bang on there, man. Yeah.
Yes. Ask them.
Yep. Exactly. So, Billy, whereabouts are you from?
I'm at the biggest manure pile in the middle of the United States, Kansas.
So, are you getting sprayed heavy there on a daily basis?
Can't tell right now. We're in the middle of snowstorms.
Hey, did you see all the videos circulating YouTube and Facebook about the artificial snow that wouldn't burn? You know, people were taking snow into their kitchen and they were taking a lighter to it and it wouldn't burn, and then some guy got a blowtorch and it just wouldn't burn.
Well, guess what? Anytime you got anything, that is the fallacy. That's always been that way. Snow does that. It's someone's just making.
No, listen. Listen.
No, you listen to me.
Hey, listen.
I'm telling.
Actually, sorry. Excuse me. Hello. You hear me, Billy?
I hear you, but I'm telling you.
Yeah, I've seen this stuff with my own eyes.
You're being deceived. You're being deceived by those who want you to see something that isn't there.
Okay. So what are you saying? It's not artificial? Excuse me. Are you saying it's not artificial snow?
It is not artificial snow. It is
okay. So are you telling me what I see with my own eyes is not real? Is that what you're telling me?
You don't. What you're seeing is something that's been there ever since I was a kid, some 60-some years ago.
Well, tell me this then. I always refer back to what I used to see in my childhood. A snowflake, when I was a child, had a geometrical structure. Okay? They do not have geometrical structures now. They're like something from a Hollywood movie set. But anyhow, look, I don't want to go on in a circular argument about is it real snow or is it not, because I know it's not real, and I'm out there warning people it's not real, or whether it's been manipulated. But I mean, you know, you could argue all day if it's real or if it's not. You know, why do we bother even wasting time getting into arguments like this? Why don't we just put our time into discussing how we're going to bloody stop this, man, rather than is it going on? You know what I mean?
That is, Terry, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the fallacy of trying to make this situation of trying to use propane or natural gas on ice, on snow, does not gender. It has always been that way. I am not to say that there is nothing. I'm not to say. Do not interrupt me. I am not saying that there is not a problem.
Excuse me, I'm within a two-way conversation. I'm not interrupting you, buddy boy, okay? Right? Get that clear. I'm not interrupting you. Go ahead.
Good day.
Take care. Okay, who's there left, lads?
Hello. I'd like to say something at this point. Are you there?
I think he's gone. Hopefully he's gone. Anyhow, he was extremely rude.
I'd like to talk about the event page for a second.
Okay.
On the event page, well, first of all, almost 400 people confirmed they were coming, and plus some people emailed me saying they were listening to the show, because some people, they use phones, and a number of questions were asked by myself and other people about the chemtrail issue. Okay, and I just would like to talk briefly about some of the results of the questions, the more popular ones. One of them, the scientists, some of the scientists who want to spray us, they say that are the same ones who perhaps most of the people say think that the world is overpopulated, or that they think that perhaps some of these scientists worked on the Manhattan Project itself. As a matter of fact, as the pilot said, one of them who worked on the Manhattan Project, the atomic bomb, is also one of the first to suggest geoengineering chemtrailing. So that's one question. Some people, like I Am Legion, handed some, I don't know from which site it is, some airplane, how do you call it, flight tracker site. And they're showing a pattern that a number of other people, like Jack Baran and others, have shared with me, showing repeated parallel flights, this plane going back and forth, a zigzag pattern in two cities, okay? That is a significant thing. This plane is not going anywhere, it is spraying, okay? That is evidence, okay? That's, so I thank I Am Legion for that. And now we asked the question, who is spraying us? And the main, most people say it's both commercial and military aviation. Even though military aviation was the one who probably started it, they figured we don't have enough military planes to cover the entire planet, so they're probably adding this in the fuel. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see now. Why are they spraying us? The majority reasons, the top two, were this: to poison us and keep us dumb, and to control the world's climate for illicit purposes such as population control. Those were the two main answers there. And we also, this will be the last one. I just wanted to bring the attention to the fact that many people were participating in the questions here. And who would know for certain about geoengineering activity? People's answered either national leaders, that was the top response, jet fuel chemists, and Michael Murphy were the top three. So that's all I had to say about some questions that we asked the people.
Yeah.
Now, go ahead.
You know, people ask me, like, why the hell would they want to spray us? And no, first of all, people ask, like, a program on this scale. I mean, if people say to me, like, if what you're saying is actually true, I mean, how could a program of this magnitude be going on, you know, with so many people involved in it, you know, with so many well-meaning people involved in it? How can a program like this go on? You know, people wonder, you know, and I always refer to, like you were talking about the Manhattan Project, like there was 250,000 people or something working on that, the building of the atomic bombs. Now, only a very few of those people actually knew the end result. They actually knew and understood, had a conscious awareness of that evil that they were involved with. You know, and it's the same with this, you know. It's just compartmentalization. The pilots apparently don't know. I seen a YouTube video actually where some European guy was asking the pilot, did he hear of chemtrails? And the pilot said, yes, I have heard of chemtrails. So pilots do know about it. Some of them do. But apparently, you know, they've been given the brief that it's to combat global warming, so they think it's a good thing, you know, and that's the brief most people have been given as well, I'm sure, you know. But as the saying goes, the devil's chariot is always pulled by angels, man, you know. And this is the thing, because we are, like, humanity is like weaving its own rope, you know, digging its own grave, you know. Right. I mean, this is the insanity of it, because this whole system has been just so scientifically formulated so that we are actually bloody bringing ourselves to our own enslavement, and we're killing ourselves, you know. You know, like the pilots doing this, the pilots bloody must know what's going on. I mean, the guys putting in these materials into the aviation fuel and loading it onto the planes and all that. They know what they're doing. Like, I mean, it's not bloody candy floss they're putting on. They know that these chemicals, they got to know that they're bad stuff. It's bad stuff they're putting in. So, you know, but again, these guys have been given a brief. So this is why it's so important to reach out to so many people, all these people in the industry, man. We all need to reach out to these people with verifiable information just to let them know this is really going on, and ask them what are they going to do about it. Because just doing my job and just carrying out orders is no longer good enough anymore. The Nuremberg defense doesn't work anymore, you know. And that's, you know, and so that's why we need to appeal to all of those complicit in this mass conspiracy to come forward and to admit it's going on, and so we can stop it, you know. But you know, people often ask as well, like, but then why would they want to control the weather, you know? Well, first of all, they ask prior to spraying, you know, and then you go, it's multifaceted, multi-purpose, it's multifunctional, like it's like they're controlling the weather, yeah, they're making us sick, you know, and that's a big profitable industry, obviously, the big pharma, and you know, they're saturating the soil, impregnating the soil with all of these nanofibers and aluminium, all of the main funders like Monsanto and DuPont, the main funders of this program, are all coming out with solutions to all the problems that are caused by geoengineering. And also, once you start putting the pieces of the jigsaw together, you know, you can see the whole big picture then, and it makes perfect sense from a business point of view, you know, this whole program, you know, problem, reaction, solution. They create the problem and they make money out of it, you know, and then we get to blame us, you know, for the global warming, we're heating the planet, and we got to be bossed around all day and told we can't do this and that, whatever. But you know, so people ask, like, why would they want to control the weather then, you know? So, and like I say, I never always remember the part in What in the World Are They Spraying? I think it was Michael Murphy. He said, like, if you control the weather, you control the world, because 80% of the world's economy is weather sensitive. So literally, if you control the world, you are God, you know? And I've often thought about this, you know, there's actually, it could not carry out this hijacking of humanity without controlling the weather, if you think about it. Because it really is the most dominant tool known to man. It's the dominant to control weather. It's more powerful than any nuclear bomb. It's more powerful than any standing or human or robotic army. It's the most powerful weapon, and it's a silent weapon. And it's a weapon that most people don't know about it. Then, you know, never going to know what's going on. So this is why I point out to people, like, you know, in Carmarthenshire in Wales, let's say, okay, Wales is only 50 miles over across the Irish Sea, okay, from Wexford here. And they have a HARP facility in Wales, you know, and it's a smaller one than the one in Gakoma in Alaska, but you know, it's out in the open. It's out in the open in a field, and this is an ionospheric heating system. And I mean, I just show that to people. Look, here's a HARP station. This is across the Irish Sea. This is the one that serves the skies of Ireland, and our weather has been controlled.
Hey, slow down a minute, Terry. Breathe, Terry.
Hello, who's this?
It's breathe, buddy, breathe.
Oh, if somebody gets caught, I'm getting a bit.
Where the hell did you get that gift? Gee, you Irish.
You have a lot of energy, man. But I would like to interject at this point about one thing that nobody talks about, and I think we should, bring it out in the open, and I think it's very important. Okay, and the thing is, we need a common ground of understanding and approval. We have differences between each other on certain points. We should not focus on these differences because if we are divided, the government doesn't need to spend any money and time and disinformation agents to attack us, because we'll just destroy ourselves.
Exactly.
You know, nobody destroyed Rome. Rome destroyed itself, okay? To be strong, we have to harmonize, join our forces together. There's got to be some seed that we all believe in, that we are being sprayed by somebody and the government is not talking about it, because either they're afraid for their lives or they're making a lot of money on this, and they're going to be given a lot of power when the time comes, okay? But they're going to get screwed themselves too, you know? So all I want to say is that we should lay our ego aside and try to find a common ground, and maybe, you know, the seven of us talking here, maybe we can start creating this harmony and agree to disagree on a certain point. But the main thing is we have to join forces, or else we will never be big enough to defeat trillionaires who own armies, who control our governments. Okay, us little ants here, if we get together, we're going to make them go running. You know why? Because the soldiers are ants too, and the police are ants too. And I'm doing my best to unite the police and the soldiers on our side. And you may have heard on the previous show that I am offering, not me, but a friend of mine, David Gilbert out of Ottawa, is offering a program for any soldiers or officers suffering from shell shock syndrome, PTSD. He has a free treatment for them anybody in North America. It may be extended to other countries, but now it's available for them, and he can help several hundred people immediately this week. So it's a long program, and if anybody goes through this program, and maybe he can vouch for them. I have friends. This guy's an alternative medicine type of guy. He's not connected to the pharmaceutical industry, but he has access to technology worth thousands of dollars. I've been to his place. He works out of his own home. I trust this guy, okay? And so I'm not making any money pitching for this guy, and he's not making any money either, okay? It's just that they've discovered a system to help these people, and if we can help them relieve their stress from what the government forced them to do and make them suffer, maybe they'll be on our side a little bit. I have some police on our side. I have some chemtrail truther police, guys with guns on our side. They prefer not to be named. They can appear on the shows, in future shows. They're just afraid. We'd have to disguise their voices, though, because they're deathly afraid of the White Brotherhood within the police, you know, controlled by the Masonic Brotherhood. And I'm not just saying that out of the air. If you take a look at Google, you Google the biggest police department in Canada, Toronto Police Department, okay? You take a picture of their entrance outside. They have a pyramid there with a capstone, and you see officers laying the last bricks on this pyramid, you know? So, so all I'm saying, let's unite, let's harmonize, let's put away our differences. And there's no war or battle that was ever won by the soldiers fighting each other. And that's all we are, all soldiers. You know, so
yeah, exactly. We got to replace this whole planet is in fear. We got fear everywhere. It's a fear-based system. Everybody's in fear, and when you're in fear, you're controlled and you're divided. And we got to replace the fear with love, man. We got to lose the fear.
Let me add something.
Don't be afraid about police, military. They've all got to come forward because they're where the rubber meets the road, man, and they are critical in this time. We need to reach out to these people. So yeah, it's so important.
Let me just add that the day we all agree is the day that we could all be wrong.
Well, where do you go from here?
Could I just come in there for just a second, please?
Hello, Sarah.
Hi, right. I've just been sort of listening in the background, and what is coming up for me, listening to, especially with Terry and Bill over those videos on YouTube about the melting of the snow. Now, I've looked into that quite a lot this week, and what appears to be happening is, yeah, if you do set fire to snow, that is what happens. But that's taken away from the fact that when this snow is actually being analysed under a microscope, it is engineered snow. So I do think that the part about setting fire to it is a bit of a red herring that can easily be discredited. But I put just a bit ago in the chat room, I put up a video where somebody was analysing the snow under a microscope and seeing how faults it was and seeing how there were particulates in there that basically living entities, like a bit like I can't even really call it, but one of those 3D copiers inside the snow itself, with polymer in there and a lot of things that really shouldn't be in normal snow. So I do think that we've been fed a bit of a red herring with the whole setting lights to snow bit. So I do get what Bill's saying. If you set lights to snow, then you don't get a lot of moisture and you get some darkness in the butane, etc. But also, if you do look at that snow under a microscope, it isn't what it should be. So I just wanted to put that in there as a bit of common ground. All right, guys. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, you know, whatever it was, I mean, whether it was, look, there's distractions everywhere, right? It's all bloody there to stumbling blocks to get us all focusing on little dots rather than bloody standing back and looking at the bigger picture. You know, the fact is, I mean, artificial snow creation is real. I've got a video up on my YouTube channel. Snow makers all around bloody Australia, man. You know, you know, there's insurance companies that you know, a ski resort would take out insurance, and basically it's as soon as the insurance company sells them that policy, it's in the insurance company's interest to make sure that snow falls in that resort. So they will send in a weather modification company to create snow. You know, so the artificial snow creation is very real. So whatever it looks like or however it reacts under a burner and all that, it's kind of really, it's irrelevant to me. You know, the fact is that it is artificial. End of story. You know, I see it being sprayed myself. I see the particulates being sprayed, and you know, so there's no doubt in my mind. But anyhow, so
well, I think all snow is different. All snow is different. Like you can't take snow from one place and say it's the same, and under different conditions you get like frozen rain. And the nuclei of all snow is going to be different, whatever the water molecule formed around. So you can't just group all snow together like and say, oh, it's snow.
Yeah. Okay. What exactly is your point, anyhow? I don't really know where you're coming from there.
I'm just saying that not all snow is the same.
Well, I mean, yeah, not all rain is the same. I mean, of course.
That's right. Well, most rain is all the same, except for the nuclei of the rain might be different. But snow is going to be different dependent on the nuclei of the snow and the freezing conditions. Well, you're gonna have snow that's gonna come down as frozen pellets sometimes.
Yeah,
and almost like hail or something, or it's like frozen rain. It's not really snow. And then you get, and here's another thing: in winter, snow dries out immensely. It just dries out. In winter, everything dries out. And so the snow is actually very dry. People think, I mean, sure, you got a lot of snow, but it's very, very dry.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, I've recently had rainwater tested for all of the usual suspect materials that are mentioned in all of these patents from Wells back and all the other patents that have been written out. I got them tested. I got the rainwater tested for aluminium, strontium, manganese, all of those, and showed up high levels of all of these materials. So, you know, that's verification now for me, you know, that it is in the rain. And how is it getting there then, you know? So that's good evidence to use, because you can speculate, you can look at white papers and, you know, postulate that it could be going on and whatever. And but you know, when you got rainwater evidence, that's verification that it's going on. So. It's good evidence to have. I'm going to be approaching the Environmental Protection Agency again, and I'm going to be asking them for answers as to how this is getting into the rain. I mean, apart from even getting a rainwater test done, I mean, we all should do that as well, because we need to have evidence like that. But I mean, if you can't afford that, you know, just on any calm night, on any still night when there's no wind, just go outside with a torch after a heavy spray day and shine the torch upwards, and you will see particulates falling down in their trillions. You know, what the hell is it? You know, it's everywhere, the whole bloody atmosphere, right from bloody...
I go with the ancient Egyptians, and I don't drink water, I drink beer.
that's
yeah, well, what's that beer made of, man? What was used to make that beer?
Oh, it's good, it's purified by the time it turns into beer. It's clean then.
That's right, actually. Yeah. The Tudors and the Victorians used to drink beer all day because the water was so bacterially infected, and so beer, they were bloody thick and bunch of alcoholics, man. So right.
Okay, I got Nicole. She's waiting hours here to talk. Sorry for interrupting other people here. But before she leaves, Nicole, hello.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity, because what I've noticed is we've been going through this. I think a lot of people started waking up around 2008. And going through everything that they're doing, especially with the chemtrails, there is a solution. And what I've come across was the Canadian government website. And if you look at the act itself, the government allows them 30 days notice to be able to do any sort of weather modification that they want, as long as they follow the rules. And the rules are listed there. So what I've done is I've made a little video and I've posted the government website. I've posted about how they do cloud seeding, as well as pictures of all the floods that we've had throughout Canada, especially in Alberta. And what happened after the Alberta flood, if you're looking at this, the government ended up having a huge land grab. And this is one of the things that they're doing with this. So if we all looked under our government websites, printed the information, and showed them the weathermodification.com website where all of our countries are listed on there, people really open their eyes. It's important because, they want to see the proof. So when you show them that type of proof, it is no longer propaganda, and then you have them on your side.
Exactly. It's so important to have verifiable information, especially like a website, a government website. I mean, there's just no denying that then, when it's all the admissions are up there. I mean, so that's what we need to do. That's a great point. Can you post the link to that website into the comments bar?
Yes, I have been posting the link here. It is listed, I think, just one above one of Sylvain's comments. And on the Project Lights Out page right here that we're on. But there's also another solution, a solution that every country can adopt. And if you're looking at Slovenia right now, they are looking at redoing their constitution. And when you're looking here in Canada, almost 34 people. And then we also have the First Nations people who have land rights here. My first thing was to try and get the First Nations to politically decolonize at the international level so that we can stop this insanity. But we found something much more convenient because a lot of people in Canada, a lot of groups are getting together to renew our constitution. We have not had a new constitution, even though it was repatriated in 1982 in Canada. It's all de facto. And most people here in Canada have never we've never had a period where we could actually decide what we want in our constitution, unlike the United States. So we thought, okay, well, let's remove final decision-making authority out of the hands of the government. And I've been preaching this since 2008. But I've come around full circle because when we focus on our constitutions and our politicians over corruption, we can prove that they're, twice every when I went back through the history, every decade, it didn't matter who was in government, there was always claims of corruption. So how many times are we going to keep making the same mistake and allowing the political system to be what it is? Because that is not democracy, that is dictatorship. So if we remove their final decision-making authority everywhere, worldwide, whoever can, then we have the answer for everything, and we stop everything in its tracks.
Exactly.
So we can do this in Canada easily enough if the people wake up with the proof.
Amen.
So
and
that's my
and I was going to say, or maybe I already said it, Sweden. No, Switzerland, actually. Bottom-up politics. Rest in peace, Jim Tucker. He's the one that taught me this, and man, oh man, that's where we got to go. Bottom-up politics. We've been stuck in this huge pyramid of top-down politics for a long time, and it's time to break out of it.
Why does humanity keep falling into the same traps, man? I mean, it's just history repeating itself over and over and over again. I mean, are we ever going to learn from history? It's insane, I mean, all we got to do is bloody realize our power and get these psychopaths out, because our weakness is their power, and they know that. That's why they dumb us down with the fluoride and the bloody GMOs and the vaccines and the spraying. They know the power of humanity. When we come together, we can, as I said, move mountains. We're steel giants in comparison to them. All they are is pot-bellied pedophiles. All these old little shriveled men. They're horrible, servile little creatures. And they're weak. They're weak, really. When we're powerful. So we just got to realize our power, our inner strength, and just put it to use. And I mean, we can end this. We can end this hell in the morning if we got to admit the problem exists before we can fix the problem. Because you're never going to fix the problem if you're in denial about it. So we got to admit the problem and bloody Yeah, come together, everybody. We got to unite, and that's it. We got to overcome all the obstacles that are put there. Sorry.
Can I interject here? Because the key is very simple, okay? And what I've done is I've been making posters called "End Political Party System Corruption. Choose yourselves as final decision makers in each of your countries." Now, what we're trying to hope is to push for a referendum here in Canada. And the question will be, okay, what type of democratic political system do you want for Canadians and Canada? Direct democracy, by instilling a direct democracy for the people, by the people, whereas we, along with the First Nation people, collectively create the laws and have final decision-making authority over all levels of governance, or choose to keep the existing democracy where we elect politicians to create laws to control all peoples by giving these politicians all final decision-making authority, once in power over all citizens and First Nations people via band councils within all levels of governance. Which do you choose? As a parent, as family members, I mean, who else is better to decide for you, your family, and your country than to all come under this and remove their final decision-making authority? So if we have a referendum to end political party elections, we have them, excuse the language, by the balls.
Exactly. You know, in Ireland, we're trying to. Well, there's a direct democracy has been a party called Direct Democracy has been set up in Ireland. They launched December of 2012, and basically what they want to do is bring back the right to referendum, because basically that was taken out of our constitution in 1922, and basically we haven't been free since. We've been under Crown rule since. So if we can get that, if we can get the right to referendum back into the constitution, which was stolen out of there, we can. That's a really big step in the direction of for us, you know. So that's. Yeah, but I don't know, really, I'm not really into bloody political parties and this and that and all, but again, it's just making the same mistakes of history all over again. But I do believe that direct democracy is the only kind of escape route for now, you know. Exactly. But, you know, I don't know if it's the silver bullet, but it's an escape route. I mean, it's a life raft right now on a sinking ship, so I mean, it's better than nothing.
Right, Terry. See, the thing is when you're looking at Canada, you're looking at Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, all these other countries, okay, even South Africa, we're all under a cookie cutter theme. Yep. And things is like even in Canada, our constitution is still called the DNA Act, the British North American Act, when in fact that no longer existed after 1812. So how come nobody has really noticed that? And the only way we're going to stop this is to get the people involved and to go door to door and say, listen, let's end the elections and elect ourselves as final decision makers. That is the common thread, I think, that will fly worldwide and that everybody can understand and nobody can argue. Exactly.
I mean, we've all got to see ourselves as leaders, because we've been just told that we're dumb, we're ugly, we're whatever, and this and that, and you know, we've been all taught to just have low esteem, and you know, we have no ability to make changes in our lives, you know, and you know, we have no power in this, and nothing could be further from the truth. So again, you know, harping on again, but you know, we just got to realize our our individual power and what we can do together then as a community. I mean, you know, again, you know, they fear us coming together. I mean, that's their worst nightmare. It has been for thousands of years, because once we come together, man, that's game over, New World Order.
That's right. And if we instill this worldwide, we just battle.
Yeah. So, do any of you guys do any activism in your own towns or villages? Do you have presentations? Do you show like what in the world are they spraying in your local hall or anything like that? Sorry, who is this lady in Canada? What's your name there? Sorry.
Nicole. My name is Nicole Lebrassard, and I have a website called thecolonizenorthamerica.org or .com.
All right, Nicole. So, do you like do awareness days or anything? Can you just let me know? Like, do you do activists? What do you?
Yes, like, try on, especially on reservations.
Right.
You know, I try to word out there, but even now, like, We only had the light bulb moment about a month ago on the common ground because everybody keeps arguing, everybody has an opinion, and we're wasting time. So it would make perfect sense to look at our political party elections as the common ground.
Exactly.
And then we can everything gets taken care of, and then we have access.
Can I say something at this point?
Just a sec. My main battle for the last year or so has been Monsanto, and I've done that pretty diligently on my internet, Facebook, anywhere I could hammer those crooks. I did.
I'd just like to say something. This is a repetition for many of you, I know, but I think it's important. You know, the first time I ever succeeded in a campaign, essentially by myself, but essentially, I mean, in the beginning I just had the idea, but then thousands and tens of thousands of people followed within a week. This was before the internet, 1984. There was a problem with recession in this country, and Montreal back in 83, 84 had an unemployment rate of 18%. People were jumping off bridges, jumping in front of metro subways, and it was pretty bad. And I remember this was when the interest rate was like at 20%, 21%. Now, I just simply found a common ground. Well, I found a common enemy, and I luckily stumbled on the right people, and essentially my battle was over in a couple of weeks. René Lévesque was responding to me. I just put the proof right now in text. You can research that later if you wish. And but back then, people said, Sylvain, you can't beat City Hall, and I was going after the entire province. And I didn't know what I could do and what I was capable of doing until I did it, and then I was surprised to see how easy it was. Okay, so, but what in line with what Nicole is saying, I would say, number one, we have to get rid of the monarchy in Canada. Canada does not need a queen. You know, I'd rather have Nicole as a queen if we do need one. Local here, made in Canada, born in Canada. Now, it sounds crazy to a lot of people to say, look at what India did. Look at what Trinidad and Tobago did. Trinidad and Tobago is a wonderful example. The people there in those islands decided we had enough of the monarchy. We're carrying a picture of the King of England in our pockets and our change. So they got together and unanimously they found common ground. We don't want this anymore. Okay? And they wrote a paper and they presented that paper to the Queen, and game over. They're independent now. And
look at in more recent times, you can just look at Iceland in 2008. I mean, they just kicked the ban. They rewrote their constitution, and you know they're a prosperous country now. And you know, this is people power. You know, coming together when people find common ground and just bloody quit arguing and fighting and being divided and just come together and bloody unite. And you know, this is what they done, and they're the great example. They're the shining example for the world to follow after. You know, and I've been screaming my head off to the people of Ireland about what the people of Iceland done, and you know, people just don't bloody they're not really interested because they just feel like they have no power to do anything. And again, you know, it's just that disempowerment feeling, you know. And so yeah, but each one of us taking individual action. I mean, we just motivate each other. We get it. It's a snowball effect, you know. And I'm noticing a lot of people waking up in my area now from just my efforts alone. You know, I'm only one man, and I like, you know, I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but I'm just saying the power of just what you can do alone, you know. And then when we work together, I mean, we just do so much more together, you know. It just increases 10-20-fold, like, you know, our productivity, and you know. So Sylvia or Sylvain, can you connect all of us that are on this call? Can you connect us all on Facebook, because we all need to stay networked now from here on in, and we gotta share awareness tactics, you know, different things that work for us and different things that don't work, and you know, so that we can keep improving on ways to wake people up, so that we don't have going back and reinventing the wheel and so on and so forth, you know. So networking and communication is so.
We should post the link to our Facebook pages right here in the text below. And yeah, that's a very good. Should stay connected. And
yes,
and I'm very much in favor of everything that Nicole has pronounced. And I have been for 25 years in communication with the Mohawks in Ganasatake and Akwesasne and Anawake. And I'm not an Indian lover. I love everybody, okay? But we're on their land, okay? So we need their help, and they're willing to give us their help. And they're activists more than we can, more than we ever will be. You know, they'll cut our lines. Then they'll do. They're active people, okay? They've got nothing to lose because the land is their body, okay? So we need to join forces with them. And I'm sure that when we will have a new government, we will have a new constitution, new organizational structure, similar to what Nicole was describing. I like the vision of what she was saying. It makes absolute sense, and it's up to us to decide. It's not the government who control us. They think they do, but if a couple thousand, couple million think like Nicole, well, they better watch out.
Yeah.
Sylvain, what I'd like to add to that is we have every reason in Canada to, we have about 15 questions that we can come up with as good reasons to change our constitution, to force a referendum. And we demand, we do not ask permission, period. First of all, and what we could create is a two-row living constitution. And that works for the United States as well, because the Great Law, which is actually natural law before other things were added onto it, is the oldest living constitution on Earth, and that was declared by 200 scholars that went to Cornell University. And therefore, the U.S. and Canadian constitutions both infringe upon it. And when you look at the U.S. Constitution, they use natural law to drop the crown. So if we go back to that, and at least form something new out of those and honor the treaties alongside the two-row. And if we call it, you know, the two-row living constitution, everybody wins. And they, you know, they have, the nations here, Indigenous peoples have 50%, at least 50% right to, you know, their voice should be as strong, 1.2 million as strong as almost 34 million. And that would be setting the karma straight.
The key thing is, I call it social glue. The natives themselves are divided, okay? We have to admit the facts, but it requires leadership from the part of us to find the common ground. I mean, that's how Hitler did it. I mean, this guy said, "Man, we're going to invade Europe and succeed," and he did, you know. And I mean, just that was after World War I and after a huge depression. That guy was pretty amazing. He's a crazy man, but he knew how to use the power of propaganda, and he knew how to create common ground and also find a common enemy. In this case, it was the Jews, and that was a bad choice, but it worked for him. Okay, but we should have a common enemy, but the common enemy shouldn't be a person. The common enemy, you know, should be an evil thing, as unemployment, geoengineering. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because another thing too that people need to be aware of is that the governments of UN, they've done this international treaty where all of the like China and all of these international corporations can come into Canada or anywhere in the world, and they are allowed to bring their employees or hire people from around the world. And this is what the TPP is doing and finalizing, and a lot of people here are going to lose their jobs. So we have the power to, with those documents directly from the government, to prove to people they will be losing their jobs. So if we stick to proof, we have enough to convince all of the population.
Yeah, exactly. Stick to the facts. It's like Agenda 21 is a really important thing to bring up to people. You know, you showed them some writings from Agenda 21, and you know it's hard to ignore. You know, and that's the roadmap to slavery, like, as you know, and that is globalism. And you know, people we need copies of bloody. I know Agenda 21 is like 1,200 pages long, but we need to start printing out excerpts from this bloody document and getting it out to people. And you know, just Agenda 21 is just so important to bring up, because obviously the geoengineering is so interconnected with the Agenda 21. you know, to move over to GMOs and all that. And
But the biggest threat right now is globalization from the corporations and the governments involved, and they all return back again to the UN. But if we focus on just each of our countries, we end globalization as they are, the way that they are trying to do it. Globalization could be good as long as it's for the people, by the people. But right now, there's no way that it'll ever work the way they're trying to do it, in a sense that we are being enslaved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So right now, what they're doing is a recolonization of all of humanity through these corporate deals and this assimilation of everybody worldwide. Because if you go to, on their documents, if you go to Australia to work, Australia will collect your taxes and send it back to Canada. So none of the countries lose any of the taxation or any monies, and then they will be reporting on everybody's bank accounts to each other. So this way, the deal they made, well, nobody's going to be losing. They're going to keep making be able to tax them even if they go to work elsewhere in the world.
Yeah. One thing I'd like to say about Agenda 21 is, since we know what it's all about, it is our duty to translate that into a form that people will understand. We need to make it real. We need to make it simple and hit them where it counts, in the gut. And what I mean is this, is we can tell them, look, Fred over there, he got expropriated because of Agenda 21. And you can explain to him why, because that is happening around Ottawa and Wakefield right now. Expropriation of property for the common good, okay? Now, in some cases, they don't even compensate you, okay, for the common good. Who's good, you know? So we should be smarter at explaining things so that common people, because most people don't care about what we're talking about politics and, you know, new political ideologies. We just have to make it real and simple, and because they've got lives to live and so on. The second thing is support and security. We need to give each other some kind of security. Like if one of us has lost a job, help him find another job. If one of us is being threatened, you tell them about the star 57 function in your phone. You give them the tools for them to protect themselves. And because I've been attacked, others have been attacked. Billy's been attacked very, very personally, and my heart bleeds for the guy. But a lot more of us will start to experience that because they do have a campaign of intimidation, because intimidation is cheaper than buying people out. You scare them. Yeah. So we got to make it real and simple.
Exactly. Or, you know, in true humor, as Mark Twain said, if you're going to tell somebody the truth, you better tell them in a joke, or they'll probably want to kill you.
Well, let me just say that I talked to it was on Project Lights Out here that we talked to Anthony Hilder one time, and we talked about the Illuminati and the powers that be, and the number of like I said, cut the head off the snake. He said there's so many heads to this snake that it's not that simple. And so I started going after talking to him. I went for the weakest head, of the snake that I could see, and I saw it as being Monsanto. Monsanto was the one that was going to be the easiest to bring down. When you start dealing with the oil field, and some of these bigger heads of the snake, it's a little more difficult.
Excuse me, Stone. We're all getting.
We've got to pick away at it.
We're getting messages that the video will be closed. We should let Hans close.
Yeah, yeah. You know, Skype gives a limit on the group calls, and I just got a couple of minutes ago a pop-up window which said it will be disconnected. So I don't know. In any second, maybe the whole phone thing will just disappear. I don't know. So if that happens, that I want to thank you all that you had the time. I mean, time is so fast. it's already more than 4 hours here that I'm talking to you in the world, and it's not finished yet. We still need the solutions, you know. I mean, we have talked to the world what's happening. I hope many new people will wake up and will also question the whole system and ask for answers as to maybe someone has a friend in politics. He can say, hey dad or hey uncle, you know the president, why you don't ask him or whatever. I mean, many people, it's the same like with the soldiers and the police men. They're attacking us when we have a demonstration. I mean, they're also family members of many people. So let's say maybe you have you listener right now, for example, you have a cousin who is working at a police station or whatever. Talk to that guy. I mean, it's your family member. Maybe he pays attention, and if he also wakes up, then he can talk to his people in the police station, and we can even have the police so fast on our side. So I mean, this is the weapon what the presidents have, and all those politicians and people in power. They have all the armies and police guys. We them on our side, then they cannot do anything. If people deny going to wars, imagine that would be fantastic. You know, I mean, there's a president who say you have to kill someone in another country. That cannot be. I mean, people have to say no. I mean, this also something they have the decision to make by themselves. All those soldiers and policemen, and they say, okay, go to the manifestation and hit the people on the head. I mean, this is not right. I mean, people have to wake up. Yeah. Who is talking?
Yeah, they've got to choose self-determination over brainwashing and mind control, man.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot. Good that you mentioned the word mind control, because there's also mind control actually happening. There are victims. I have had last week 2 live streams with 2 victims of mind control, and they were really. I mean, I know them. Melanie Brickchen is also here in that. Not maybe today in that group, but I have had her in the past, like 2 years ago, when I met thanks of her Murray Palak and other Will Spencer, who is in the Morgellon group and whatever. I mean, we are in certain kind, all we find each other. This is some kind of a wonder for me, because I mean, I live in Mexico City. I'm from Germany, and how can I know you all, you know? But one connection finds the other connection, and it's just wonderful that we are now connected all. And that's why I know also about mind control, because in the past, I mean, you don't learn that at school. You don't see that in the news or newspapers. You find out about all what is happening because of all you know, on Facebook, on the posts, on videos you upload to YouTube, and it's really happening. And those people who have those computers, I mean, they have made experiments with the MK Ultra since decades, since the 50s or 60s. I mean, we don't know where they are, but they really exist, and they are washing our brains with everything. And yeah, we have to stop all this. We have to be ourselves again. Okay, Terry, still there?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
We just got to stop living in this artificial habitat, man. They got us enslaved through paper, man. We got to get back to the land, man. These are human connection with the planet, man.
Exactly. Yeah, we have to go back to nature. Yeah. You know, we don't need a government who says, you know, marijuana is a plant. I mean, if people even believe in God, why he put the fucking marijuana plant on the planet? It's not bad. Yeah. People have smoked it in the past like a peace pipe, you know, the Indians or whatever. I mean, it's
I mean, most of our survival instincts shut off, unfortunately, you know, and like you get like there's a single cell organism called an amoeba, and basically when they detect hot water, they turn around, you know, and you know, that's just the most basic organism on the planet, like, you know, and they sense danger, you know, but human beings now have been just bred and programmed to not sense danger. Everything is fine. Just live in a kill grid and be happy. Actually, can you hear me?
Yes, I still can hear you. I can hear you. I even see that we are there, like there's stone, there's Nicole, Billy Hayes, and Sylvain. I don't know if you all also hear me, or you can write at that moment an inbox here, chat on Skype. It's still working here, the Skype. That's why, I mean, I don't want to finish something because I get a message, you know. I will talk until the whole thing falls down, you know. I don't like to obey orders. This is the thing what people have to learn. Don't obey orders of something what you don't agree. For example, if someone sends me to a war, I don't want. I mean, I don't hate. First of all, I don't hate another country. You know, I mean, we're sisters and brothers. We're. I mean, nobody can choose the country where you're living. You know, you just get born. You have your life, and that's it. I don't want to harm anybody on this planet. I love everybody, and if I got an order, I'm not a soldier anyway, but if I would be a soldier and someone says go there and drop some bombs over there, I won't do that. I mean, it's against logic even, that, you know, you cannot kill someone just maybe when it's self-defense and you have to save your own ass, okay, but not going just in another country and leave a large mess there, you know. It's not fair. So yeah, you have to use the conscience and think what is good and what is bad. Love is good, hate is bad, you know. War is bad, killing someone is bad, so don't do it, and done. You know,
just basic common sense. So,
yeah, okay.
You know, I really think that, you know, geoengineering is the Achilles heel of this whole system, man. I mean, it's because of its blatancy, and it's, you know, it's the elephant in the living room. It's going on every day. I think this is, if we can expose this crime, I think this is the one that can actually bring this whole system down because of its enormity, you know. If people wake up to this, man, I mean, that's I think it's game over, you know.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, we have to. We need whistleblowers also. If someone is listening over here who is working
Terry,
actually there, please speak out. I mean,
we live in a world where people still believe that cave dwelling, box cutter dwelling Arabs brought down 3 buildings in New York with 2 airplanes. People still believe that.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah,
unbelievable. Even though no steel frame building has ever fallen in history due to fire, but on that day, miraculously, the laws of physics must have been suspended, and 2 steel frame bloody buildings just fell down. I mean, at free fall speed.
Yeah,
and
like this, like controlled demolition. I mean, there are thousands of architects who also confirmed that it's not.
So what do you
possible.
do? What do you do? What do you do when you live in a world where people will still argue with you about that? They still believe
trauma-based mind control.
Where are you going with that? It's like you might as well talk to your hand.
Yeah, this is trauma-based mind control, you know. It's, yeah, I mean, you see that every day. All what is on the TV, people believe that shit. They say this and that. They everything is getting more expensive, and they accept it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, this is the biggest brainwashing machine in the whole history. The TV, you know, yeah. And people have. That's why we need people to get back the media, at least. I mean, if everybody has the Big Brother at home, the TV and whatever, because there are even TVs there now with cameras and internet connections. So I mean, we have the enemy in our own home, you know. So people have to get rid of that. I mean, I don't watch TV. I have a TV here, but I use just the monitor to have a bigger picture when I watch a documentary or some video on YouTube. But for watching TV, no more. And yeah, we have to get back the mainstream media on our side. They are also a control from the governments. They say, oh, you cannot put that on TV, you know. Or if you do that, I mean, there's so many reporters killed also. But that's why we have to get back our lives and this, and yeah, that's all fucking problem. Yeah. Yeah, what can I do, no? Yeah.
You're in Mexico City, you said, Sylvain.
No, I'm in Mexico City. I'm from Germany, but I live here since 20 years. And I'm an activist.
Yeah.
In the past, some minutes ago, you asked if anyone in this group is an activist. I'm an activist. And I mean, here in Mexico, there's also sometimes, how you can say, demonstrations. I went there also, but I found out that many of those demonstrations are, how can you say, they're kind of fake or manipulated, or they put agents there that I mean, people don't destroy things normally. And what happened here in Mexico is they destroy the windows of the business or shopping centers or whatever, and then everybody hates them. They say the demonstration people are bad and everything, you know. I mean, it's very, very difficult here in Mexico. But what I'm doing also, not going just on the street, I'm teaching here German, because German is my mother language, and I have one student, and he is in a university, for example, and he will make a contact that I can talk in the university to a lot of students, and I will talk, of course, about the chemtrails and what's happening, because in the past I did it also. I mean, I'm in thousands of groups, even the Zeitgeist movement and whatever. I mean, they have the Zeitgeist Day in Mexico. We have also meetings, and I don't talk about the Zeitgeist stuff, but I talk about what I'm doing, you know, about helping that the people understand what's happening. New World Order, chemtrails, mind control, HARP, Illuminati, whatever, you know. I mean, using all those groups and friends, and when they have an event, I go. So I can call myself activist and make all those live streams for hours and hours and every week or whatever. I cannot do more. If I would have more money, I would do much more. I would even travel to other places far away from my home.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm doing the best what I can do.
I'd like to have a jet myself to do an activist tour in the world and get activists on board and have it first chemtrail-free jet circulating the planet, and you know, could find some of the spray jets up there and take some air samples and, you know, do stuff like that. I think that's an important thing. I think that we need to do. Max Bliss has talked about this before, about chartering a 737 or a private jet or whatever and going up behind these spray planes and taking an air sample directly from behind them. I mean, that's it then, you know, that's open and shut then if you got, you know.
Yeah. No, I've said that right from the beginning too, Terry. We really got to get up there and get an actual sample of one of these, some of these chemtrails.
Exactly.
I suggested that to the guy in the Civil Aviation Authority when I was talking to him today, and he said, yeah, that's probably what you would have to do, you know. So yeah,
I can't believe it's been this long already and nobody's done it.
Well, can you imagine, like, I mean, there are so many activists networking now around the world. I mean, it's not beyond the bounds of impossibility, man. You know, all it takes is for some wealthy bloody Hollywood movie star to realize that, you know, what needs to be done and maybe to fund it or whatever. Like, and I mean, it would be just such a leap forward, you know, to get air evidence from directly behind the plane. I mean, that would be just bombshell, man. That would just. So yeah, if there's anybody listening out there, you know, funding is needed to do it, you know, and
that's right.
You know,
and I'm surprised nobody's done it yet.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. You know, everything, the whole planet, billions of years of creation is coming to a slow, horrific end. You know, everything is being destroyed. All life on this planet is being destroyed by this program, and I think if the average person out there realized how real it is, I mean, most people will just do anything to stop it, you know. So hopefully there's somebody out there listening that could maybe fund or throw some few quid towards getting up there and funding such an operation. So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as you bring money into it, I got a problem, because to hell with it. Somebody do it because they love their grandkids. You know what I mean? We got to be careful about that too. We see like Alex Jones and some of these other so-called truthers, and they end up in it to make money off of people selling stuff and that kind of thing. And I know this does cost money, and it's not free, and we all need to survive. But at the same time, we got to try and keep that out of this equation. We really do.
Yeah, well, I would never actually mention anything like that. I fund myself. I'm an independent operation. I fund my own activism and banners. I buy my own banners, DVD, everything is all. I fund everything myself. But something like that now, going up behind a plane to take an air sample, wouldn't be something that I could fund myself. You know, so I'm just putting it out there. The universe provides, you know, so just putting it out there.
Same to me. I mean, I was once, that was like the last time when I changed my home. Now I'm living in a small room with boxes. I sold everything, my whole furniture and everything. And I was almost on the street, and some friends told me, Hans, what you're doing, ask for some donations. I didn't want to do it at all, but one day I did it. I got so many critics there because they say, you're doing it for money. No. I mean, when there's an emergency, I mean, and you need it really, okay, I would accept it, but I won't even ask for money right now, because as long as I can do it, that's why I'm also working. That's why I'm fucking tired, because I was working 3 days in a soap opera as extra, not a big deal, but I want to have a clean, or how you say, conscience, you know. I don't want to use people. As long as I can stand on my own feet, I will do it. I won't ask for any money. If I'm on the street, I really cannot move. I even don't want to accept money for someone who is poor also. If someone say, no, I have some money, if I don't give it to you, I spend it in a movie theater, okay, then help me, you know. But I don't accept any money anyway, because I mean, I'm not those kind of people. I'm not like making commercials and the live streams. If you want a t-shirt, it's that and that. I don't sell anything. I just give for free the live streams and the knowledge, and that's it. So it's just for some people, if they see, because I have a website, and there's a place where it says donations, but anyway, nobody has. Okay, I got some donations. Yes, $10, $20. I think one with $100. Those years ago when I was in need, but now I don't ask for any donations, and I'm also against.
Well, at the same time, I'm not saying at all that financial support for people, you know, is in any way wrong. Anything? No, I'm not saying that. It's that we got to be careful that it doesn't come, I don't know, turn into a business of some kind.
Exactly. No, as a business, I won't do that.
We don't want to be selling a solution.
Exactly. I mean, if touching the topic of the donations, if it's for maintenance, it's okay, but not for having a car, buying a house, and all these things. And you can find that out on all those people who are doing kind of live streams or shows. Compare the house, you know. Here, look, I'm living here in a room with boxes. This is my small room. I mean, I think this is a proof that you really can believe that I'm not living in a expensive life or whatever, and see other people, fat people with cars, new cars, selling books and whatever. That there we have to be careful, because many people take those kind of topics like a business, you know, having on the shows, just selling their stuff and getting rich, and is abusive. So I mean, I never would go to the other side, you know. So yeah. What else can I say? Okay, I'm just a normal guy here.
Well, that's kind of why I kind of shied away from people like Alex Jones. I mean, even Dutch Synths and some of those truthers, some of these people that are in these movements and stuff, it seemed to be more about, you know, I don't know. They weren't willing to just make the sacrifice, and I think that's what we yeah, it's what we're all doing. We're all making a sacrifice here.
Exactly.
And that's necessary.
Exactly.
For our children and grandchildren, and it's not about selling bunker or survival food or anything like that, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, because all those things, it's like how you say, looking what you can sell of it, you know. Like there's a problem and give some solution, you know. Okay, they have a sickness. Okay, there's a medicine, you know. There's I don't know. With the Mayans 2012, everybody's buying a bunker because they say this is the end of the war and whatever, you know. I mean, they take of those things, what's happening, advantage, and use it for selling products and getting rich and whatever. But yeah, we have to be very careful.
But in some ways,
people.
But here's the other side of it. In some ways, we all have to finance the. This is a revolution, and we have to. It has to be financed in some way. So we all have to, you know, do our part.
Yes. Yeah, we are all one, and everybody has a certain function on this in this life, you know. I mean, I see my for me what I'm doing is kind of sense of life, because I cannot be tranquil and just turn off the computer and go to the movie theaters and spending money for stupid stuff. Whatever, I'm not satisfied with that, but it makes me satisfied to help, to talk to you. I even feel like being in a party just talking to you, and that makes me more happy than being in some place where you don't do anything, you know. I mean, in an office working for some rich guy or whatever, and he gets the whole success and money and whatever. I mean, going out of the slavery.
Well, I mean, when the movement needs money, it's going to have to come from people with money, lots of money.
Yeah,
and you know, it can't come from just commoners. We don't have any. I don't have the money that I can hardly keep up as it is. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I can sacrifice my time and efforts to try and put forth.
Yeah, we need those people.
Okay, guys.
The word and get this, and maybe we can find people with money that would back for future causes.
Yeah, that would be a kind of solution, because if someone with enough money, which doesn't get affected his private life, to help for an for institution, how can I say, for some actions, you know, making flyers or getting megaphones and or buy some minutes in a radio station or commercials to talk about this, to help people, that would help, you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't know where to find it, those people in Mexico. I hope some people will see it, who get really also to think, okay, if they're spraying my own family, I don't like that, and I have money, okay, let's do it, you know. That would be the best. But yeah,
well,
people are too brainwashed still. They don't believe it yet.
I have a saying.
Yeah.
I have a saying, and it is, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at. We're trying to eat an elephant. You can't eat it too fast. It's all going to have to happen at its own pace. You know, you can't choke. You don't want to be choking on it, but we can do it.
Exactly.
Good. Yeah, I'm kind of tired now, and I really hope that helped. I mean, I'm so glad that so many people were listening to this, and I really feel we are getting advanced and all, with all those shows, you know. I mean, I not even want to name that it's a show or whatever. It's a stream. It's a kind of information. It's nothing. A show sounds like it's something funny, you know. So yeah, thank you all who are listening it. I'm now 4 hours 39 minutes, and I don't want to edit anything of the video. It will be uploaded to YouTube. I have 2 YouTube channels. One is Lights Out 9999 and the other is Project Lights Out. One is because of the pilot video, when I interviewed the pilot about if he believes or if he knows about chemtrails, I got censored, and now I cannot upload on that channel more than 15 minutes, but my other channel, which is Project Lights Out, I can upload all those long videos. I want to touch that video. I don't want to modify it, even if I don't like listening my own voice here, but I want that the people see that this is really something live. There's no script here, no actors, even if I work like an actor sometimes or extra, but this is the real deal. This is live. This is nobody knows how it will end, you know. We don't have like I said, scripts or that we make how you say rehearsals before we talk. Now we just call in and blah 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 blah, and let's see where we end, you know. I mean, people have to see that, and that's why I don't edit that video right now. I just upload it to YouTube so people can see it, and I hope they take their time.
How many?
Yeah.
How many people do you think are listening in? What size is your audience? Do you have any idea?
Yes, okay. I mean, on Facebook, I am always with the 5,000 friends. So that means, I mean, they go and they're new people. I mean, you know, many people, when I find out that they are trolls or that they are, I don't know, kind of suspicious people, just spies or whatever, I kick them out. So because I still have a huge list of new people who want to get added, and it's okay. Short words, it's around 5,000 on my private Facebook page, which is facebook.com Project Lights Out. Then I have my event page. It's also almost 1,000 of likes. Then on YouTube I have I don't know how many viewers every day, but I have videos with 10,000 views, others with 35,000. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people.
Just
I mean,
asking you, how many people are listening in now, do you think?
I got a message a while ago. It was like 400 people were watching here, or 200 or 400. I'm not sure right now. I don't find the exactly message. But it's also the problem we have here is because this live stream channel has some interruptions. I mean, there's the professional version like Skype. I spent my last money also to have the Skype professional version where I can have a group call, because normally it's just the one-to-one. Yeah. And on the live stream channel there's also the free version, but this get interrupted every, I don't think, oh no, I'm not sure, like every 15 minutes or something, that they put like commercials inside, so it get disconnected. Many people, maybe they lose it, they think it's over, yeah, interruption, and they go, you know. But I think they were watching a lot of people there, because also on the Facebook page where this event was announced, there were like more than 300 who were saying, I go to the event. So many say maybe. So I think around 1,000 people for sure will know that just from the video and from Facebook. And maybe more people when they see the video on YouTube, and they like it and they share it and whatever. And I mean, we can really reach a lot of people. It's just that the people have also kind of obligation to talk with their friends about it. Hey, guess what? There's like TV. There's something on internet, also live, and they're talking and that and that. I mean, it's not that difficult to say someone, and the other guy tells another guy, and I mean, it's like a snowball effect. We really could reach millions of people, but many people there, it's just like, no, they will look at me like I'm stupid or whatever, you know.
I'm looking at people on Facebook now who were calling me a crazy man this time last year, and now they're posting chemtrail videos and geoengineering videos, and
yeah,
I'm seeing a big awakening, man. You know, and I just hope enough people wake up in time, because it's ridiculous what's going on, man.
Yeah.
I mean, only enslaved bloody population will put up with this, man. It's just ridiculous. And anybody that thinks they're free,
yeah,
or that they're safe from this, you know, they're delusional. You know, nobody can run, nobody can hide from this. This is the issue of our time, and now is the time to accelerate our awareness and just move towards getting this insanity up, getting it stopped. Yeah,
exactly.
But look at any.
I mean, many things are.
I have to jump. I'm sorry, Hans. I actually have to jump out of here now. I've got to head out, man. So.
Okay. Yeah, this is getting the sound quality also a little bit down here. It's like a bit hacked, the words. Okay. Now, thank you so much for being here, and of course we will continue. I mean, it's not the last time that we were here all together on a live stream. I mean, we have to continue, because I need Russ Tanner and Max Bliss here, because they're so good in the knowledge, and I have learned from all you guys. I mean, I'm not a specialist on chemtrails. I cannot smell it, but Russ Tanner, for example, he even can smell them, and I want that the people know what's going on, you know. And for me, it's a pleasure to be with you all connected, and thank you so much for your time. And
Great.
I'm here.
Great.
I'm here. And even good to know that you, Terry, that you were the guy who made the Hands in My Pocket song, because last year I did a live stream that was called The Green Day, where I wanted to put culture and knowledge together, and it was very good, because there was Russ Tanner in 2 videos, Max Bliss in 1, people who were artists singing with the guitar and everything. It was a wonderful show. I mean, that was more like show, but also like show documentary, something like that. In all the languages, there were people from other countries. Yeah, I mean, it's on YouTube, on my YouTube channel, Lights Out 9999, and favorites. You can see that. And this year, I want to make the Green Day Reloaded, and it would be great if you would be part of it, because with music you can wake up also many people.
Definitely. Hey Hans, I've just sent you a link to the song in the chat box. A Dutch music maker, a Dutch DJ, got in touch with me last week and asked me could he have.
Yeah, I'm listening to it right now. Excellent. I will put that link also in the chat box on the live stream channel, so people, if they want to listen that.
So I've just sent it there. So if you want a song to play us out or whatever, it's there now. It's a studio version. So yeah. Okay. Look, I'm going to jump out anyhow. So.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah, I will put that song now, like the closing music, so people can listen at that, and yeah, after the song the live stream will be over, and I will upload it directly to YouTube. Okay, thanks Terry. Great music, great words.
Thank you.
It's an honor to talk to you all, to you and to all who were connected. Peace and love, man.
It was an honor to talk to you as well, brother. Any time, give me a shout. I'll come on. It's an honor to come on. So it's been great talking to everybody. So yeah, over and out, and speak soon.
Okay, excellent. See you later.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Adios. Take care.
Okay, bye. Stone Lee, you're still there. Also, thank you so much for being there. Now I will say goodbye to everybody left here. I don't know if that Skype still is working. I don't know.
Yeah, it's working. I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, Sylvain, also thank you so much for giving me that opportunity, because I couldn't do it alone. I mean, you have also so many people on your friend list. We share many friends in common, but there was new blood today, you know, new people, and without having you helping me out with that comments, you posted a lot also on that event page, which even you created with questions and everything. So perfect. Thank you so much. I mean, yeah, we need each other. Yeah. Still there?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, excellent. So, okay. I don't know if you have some last words.
No, I'm pretty tired. It's been a long time. 5 hours.
Okay.
It's like a full-time job, you know.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so
it was a lot of fun. Thank you very much, Hans.
Thank you, man. Thank you, my brother, and see you also soon again. So, Billy.
Okay. When do you plan to have the link up in YouTube?
After finishing that, I mean, 5 hours takes maybe 1-2 hours in uploading. I don't know exactly how long it takes, but before I go out and have some breakfast or whatever, I upload it, and as soon as it's on YouTube, I will send you the link. It should be today, so I want to have it as fast as possible. I send you the link on Facebook inbox, and I publish it also on my own Facebook, and yeah, it will be uploaded today. I promise that.
Okay. Thank you, and bye for now, Hans.
Okay. Bye. See you later.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Billy Hayes, I still see you connected. Okay. No, it's over. Okay. Yeah. Call is finished. Okay, thanks friends who are still here watching. Now you're free. you can enjoy the weekend. Before I go, I will play you the song of One Hand in My Pocket. I hope you like it, and yes, see you later.
Wake up in the morning and I take a look outside. The sky's like a not so bored. I'm sad, I'm not laughing. I'm sick and I'm hopping mad. I'm screaming from the rooftop. Mayday is what it all comes down to. And then every little thing is being sprayed. And I got one hand in my pocket and the other one pointing at the chemtrails. I go out as I'm walking, the sun's being blocked out, the birds haven't stopped tweeting, and nails come upon me as particles fall down. I'm jumping around, frustrated, 'cause what it all comes down to, and then everything just not alright. 'Cause I've got one hand in my pocket and the other one pointing at the chemtrails. Aluminum showed up high, and that's what it is. 10 paddles, playing God with our planet.